Yes, yeah, sure. All good, Lynn? Ahi Māori e, tēnā koutou katoa, no mai, haere mai rangatira mā. This is our public part of our representation review, and it has been great this morning to hear from our community and listen to submissions and be part of bringing our community into the chamber, which is a part that we enjoy the most. Can I just announce to our community that the live streaming today, because the nature of our level 2, we have councillors who are sitting on the outskirts of the chamber, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Travis, Councillor Ollie and Councillor Corbyn, so they may not be seen, and Councillor Harvey, and Councillor Sears. So they will not be seen clearly by the camera. You will be able to hear them as they speak throughout this meeting. So, but they are with us today to address this very, very important matter. And this matter of representation review, we have been as a council on this journey for almost 8 months to consider the most effective and fair representation for the people of the Hastings district. We must remember the reason we're here today, because we have undertaken this representation review, which came about because our commitment to include Māori seats into the Hastings District Council governance structure for the future. Today we've heard and we've read submissions from our community, 154 to be exact, and heard from our stakeholders, our rural community, our Māori community, iwi, and our urban community. And it is our role under the Local Government Act to collect the views of our community and present a proposal to the Local Government Commission, which means that we meet the requirements of the Act. And most importantly, a proposal which is fair for individuals and communities of interest that all council represents across our large and very diverse district. The representation process is never easy, as councillors who have been as part of this before. However, you have a duty to ensure that all views are considered and all issues are taken forward in the proposal to find the most effective and efficient representation for our people. A representation that shares the workload, that has accessibility to councillors, that is a council that represents for the future what we would like to see and hear from our community. And I'm really, really grateful for the huge amount of work that our officers have put into this process over the last 8 months. It is absolutely significant, and can I acknowledge Ross McLeod, Craig Cameron, Vicky, and all the other team, Nigel, who have been involved on a daily basis with this enormous process. So I now invite the Chief Executive, Mr. Nigel Bickle, to give us some opening comments on the process of the representation review. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors. As Your Worship said, it's nearly 5 months ago that we sat here in a packed chamber with many of our community, with a fantastic wairua and singing of Waiata, including reference this morning, the 28th Māori Battalion song, as you made a decision to introduce Māori wards into the 2022 and 2025 elections, which triggered the need to undertake a representation review. That is the process and the decision in front of you today. The process today requires you to focus on two things: considering submissions and determining Council's final proposal for the representation review. It's important to note that you're not able to start afresh. You've adopted an initial proposal and have before you submissions on that proposal. You can either confirm the initial proposal or amend it. We have, and I'd like to also acknowledge the work of Craig, Vicky, Ross, Daryl, who's assisted us from Elections NZ, who've done a great job over a short period of time. And our job is to assist you this morning to work through the submissions. And we have prepared a run sheet to work through the themes and issues that have emerged from those submissions. And the Mayor, with the help of staff, will lead you through that process. The idea is that we will discuss each of the themes or issues, take an informal straw poll to provide direction on each before moving on to the next topic. This is important because as staff we need to prepare draft resolutions for you to deal with each submission that has been received, and we're not able to do that on the fly when we come to for you to debate and make decisions on those resolutions. After we've considered each theme or issue, we will seek an adjournment so that we can finalise those resolutions before you reconvene to formally debate and decide. Some opening comments. As you're aware, we've received a range of submissions from our community. Many of them conflict with each other. Some of them conflict internally within the own submissions. Many are outside of the scope of the exercise or the provisions of the Act. While submitters, and we thank the 154 that submitted on our proposal, have the freedom to make submissions outside of the requirements and framework of the Act, you unfortunately, as the elected representatives of the Hastings District, do not have that luxury. You have to make the decisions within the legal framework and the criteria of the legislation. So, as we all know, what are the communities of interest in the district? How do you provide for effective representation of those communities, and how do you best balance effective representation with fair representation? Given the circumstances in the representation equation facing Hastings, it is not a simple process to come up with a set of arrangements that fully complies with all of those decision-making elements. But as Her Worship the Mayor has pointed out, we have been through a process that's considered a very thorough range of those options. You considered around 36 different options and variations, and we couldn't find an option that delivered effective representation and complied nicely with the plus or minus 10%. So whilst we've received a number of submissions containing a range of heartfelt views, what I want to reinforce is the communities of interest that make up Hastings haven't changed. The ward map hasn't changed, the electoral population estimates haven't changed, and the laws of mathematics haven't changed. So, you are facing the same set of issues today that you faced when you had to make a decision on the initial proposal. Having said that, there's some really interesting themes and feedback that has emerged through the submission proposal. For instance, one of the themes is underrepresentation in Flaxmere, and there have been suggestions coming through, such as a community board for Flaxmere. So councils will need to consider these submissions with an open mind and turn your minds to the legal framework and requirements of the Act and how they apply to the submissions and can be best applied to the representation context for Hastings. Finally, I do need to note that a large number of submissions were seeking to have council address councillors' remuneration issues through the representation review. As I think I've counselled before, through the adoption of the initial proposal, we do need to exercise real caution in considering matters of the representation review that may not be relative in an administrative law sense, or that are considered under other legislation by other decision makers. And so whilst the size of the council is a legitimate matter for debate, decision making needs to turn on matters of communities of interest and effective and fair representation. So those are my opening comments, Your Worship, and I now suggest that we hand over to the team to assist you to work through with the councillors each of the thematic areas that represent all of the submissions that have been made from our community.
Thank you, Nigel. And I'll now hand over to Mr. Ross McLeod. This process is not unlike what we've been through before with the LTP, when we go through all our themes and views from our submissions and look at some of the issues. So thank you, Ross.
Just turn that on. Thank you, Councillor Dixon. So I'm just planning to take you through a list of the themes, sort of grouping the submissions into themes that we can deal with. We're going to start with issues relating to community boards, and then move into issues relating to the wards and ward structure, and then come on to naming issues towards the end. And then it'll move through into sort of the size, council size overall. So if we go through that, hopefully we should knock out issues. If many of you know that I like to have the odd punt on the horses. At the moment, if I was trying to take a first four, there are so many combinations that it would cost about $36,000. So we're wanting to narrow those down so we get a $6, bet we can take with some confidence. So the first set of submissions was in support of retaining the Rural Community Board. There was no submissions against that, and so that's a fairly straightforward one to get us rolling.
Thank you. So number one, retaining the Rural Community Board. Happy to take speakers. No speakers. Take a straw poll then. All, please raise your hand to retain the current community board. Thank you. Passed unanimously.
A question, if I may, Your Worship. Sorry. A question, if I may, Your Worship. Does that include the addition of the third council member as part of that, or is that a separate decision later down?
It's separate.
We're coming to that next.
Thanks, Ross.
So the next issue relates to the structure of the Rural Community Board. There are a couple of themes raised, sub-themes raised around that. Quite a lot of support for the structure as was proposed, with 4 board members and 3 councillors. There was one submission that queried whether the person appointed from the Takitimu ward, whether they would be a rural person or an urban person. And I think that's probably a matter for council to determine when it comes to appoint the most appropriate members to the board. So the next one is just to get an indication that people are happy with the structure of the initial proposal that was put forward.
So the structure of the community board to support the proposed current structure that is in place, and our Takitimu ward councillor on the Rural Community Board. Any questions? Show of hands, please, if you support the current structure and inclusion.
Yeah, the proposed structure.
Yes, proposed structure and the inclusion. Thank you. That's carried. Any against? Speaker? Starting with Councillor Barber.
Yeah, just the point about the Takitimu ward member being on the Rural Community Board. I support that. And regardless of whether they're rural or urban, kei te pai, a lot of Māori will have connections with the rural sector, either through whakapapa, through marae, or through anything. So to me, it's a moot point really, whether they're urban or rural. Having that Māori input, I think would be valuable to that committee.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. I totally endorse what you said after listening to both Mike Paku and Mare Apatu today in their submissions. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I agree with Councillor Barber. But just a point of clarification, I thought the show of hands at this stage was straw poll. You're saying carried, and yeah, so at this, there's straw poll. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Kerr?
I would like to completely support the addition of a Māori ward councillor on the community board. My ward has 9 marae, and the ability to have a relationship with all of the marae, all of the hapu, can get stretched at times. So having a Māori councillor sitting alongside the community board to deal with rural issues is being completely embraced. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Thank you, Mr McLeod.
The next issue moves into submissions that suggest the introduction of additional community boards. So the first one, we have one submitter that suggested the introduction of a Havelock North Community Board. We're not aware of any overwhelming community demand or any representation issues there, but that's an issue that it would be good to have council give some direction on for the resolutions.
Direction on the introduction of a Havelock North Community Board. Any speakers? Councillor Nixon?
All I could say is there doesn't seem to be huge support for it. I think status quo.
Thank you. I have take a straw poll. No other speakers. Those who would like to see the introduction of a Havelock North Community Board. Those who would not, please raise your hands. Thank you. This is a strong direction. Thank you, Mr McLeod.
The next item was from a submission by Ngāti Kahunuiwi Incorporated for the introduction of a Flaxmere Community Board. There were a number of submissions that raised issues around representation of Flaxmere. This submission introduces a proposal that would potentially help deal with those, so it is something to put before the council for consideration.
Thank you, Mr McLeod. Introduction of a Flaxmere Community Board. Any speakers? Councillor Redstone?
More of a question, Your Worship. I'm just wondering how that would be structured, and yeah, I guess just wanting to know how that would work with the representatives we'd have.
Thank you.
So, there's a little bit on the mechanics in the report, but you could establish a community board with either 4 or 5 elected community board representatives. If you had 4, you could then appoint up to 3 councillors to the board, because you can't appoint more than half of the board. If you had, you have to appoint less than half of the board. If you had 5, you could then appoint up to 4 councillors. You probably wouldn't try to arrange for subdivisions within the Flaxmere community board area if you had one, because it is a reasonably confined area. So you're not dealing with the same large geographic area as you are with the rural community board. That would be the basic electoral structure. When appointing councillors, you would appoint the Flaxmere ward councillor, or more than one if there was more than one, and then whatever Māori electoral ward covered the Flaxmere area, you could appoint councillors from there as well, as you've just done with the rural community board. So that would be a balance you would come to. If you do want one, you address those issues. If there was one Flaxmere ward councillor, that person would be appointed, and if there was a single Takatimu ward, you could appoint up to 3 of those councillors. If there were 5 elected community board representatives, if there were only 4, then you could appoint up to 2 of them. That would be the basis for the electoral makeup.
Councillor O'Keefe, and Councillor O'Keefe, could you also explain the Flaxmere Planning Committee's role and duty at the moment? Because I've been to a number of those meetings. So how does that work? Because some of our other councillors may not know about the Flaxmere Planning Committee.
Before I talk to that, and I will, I don't quite know how to articulate myself here in a manner that's befitting what I want to get across. It probably won't sound a trifle unsophisticated and pretty naive, but this goes well beyond a political and something that's going to go to Wellington and fet the appetite of those people sitting in that ivory tower that'll make the final decision. It's hard to put that on the paper, what I feel, and to send it off to Wellington. Because I just feel that it's like pushing the proverbial uphill with a pointed stick. That's how I feel at this point in time. If I had the opportunity, the ability, I'd take the community board and the extra councillor. I would over-represent this Rōpū for all the reasons that have been in the public arena for many, many years, generation after generation. I don't have to explain that to you. High needs, desperate. And I phoned you the other day, Koromatu, and talked about the family I was dealing with. One councillor is formidable. 2 councillors are invincible. That's what I want for this Rōpū out there. I think the decision to go against, and I'll come back to Flaxmere Planning Committee, to go against, to drop one councillor, they're already disengendered already. They already don't have a relationship with the political fraternity, despite valiant efforts of my predecessors, Jacoby, and et cetera, were already disengaged. This will drive a nail into it even further. Give them another councillor, and if you like, chuck in a community board, and Flaxmere will say, amen, hallelujah, they are listening to us. We are valuable. We are important. The community board, it makes suggestions, doesn't it? It makes suggestions, recommendations to council.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's, for me, not enough grunt. To me, they don't have any grunt. That's my own personal opinion, right or wrong. They don't have any grunt. Make the recommendation, get to council, toss up, yeah. Send up the odd prayer and hope. Hope to God Almighty that they listen to it. So that's my, those are my thoughts. In terms of the Flaxmere Planning Committee, their role is not to do it for the community. Their role is to oversee the plan and invite and encourage and coerce the community into doing the mahi. That their role is not to do the mahi for them. At times we're guilty of, in attempting to empower this community, we tend to depower them. When they ring me, I say, well, what do you think the solution is? What are you going to do about it? And that's the overall role of the Flaxmere Planning Committee, is not to do the role for them, but to help that community carry out their dreams and aspirations, or to support them, but more importantly, to get them to do it, to get the community to take ownership and responsibility. I think we are at times guilty of doing it for them. That's never been the role of the Flaxmere Planning Committee. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Have I left anything out, or?
No.
Right, you going to tell me off or anything? Or? Okay,
How many people on the committee?
It varies, I haven't been to the last 3 meetings. I'm guilty of that for various reasons. But that doesn't make me any less committed to the kaupapa. You can have as many as you like.
Right.
You can have as many as you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Inari. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. My primary concern about this suggestion is that we have not had either discussion around this table about it or discussion with the community. And so I wonder when could it next be considered? Do we have to wait another 6 years, or can it be considered before then?
Through you, Your Worship, it is considered as part of a representation review. So if you don't have another representation review for 6 years, that's when it will be next considered.
It's a long time.
Councillor Barber.
Yeah, kia ora, anō tātou, and I hear what you're saying, Henare, and I'm not going to get into the Flaxmere seat talk right now, but in terms of the proposed community board for Flaxmere, if I look at the experience with the Rural Community Board, and I have been a member, I was a member on that board a few years back, they do make recommendations, but my understanding is that close to 100% of the recommendations that have come through the Rural Community Board have been supported by council. That's the question here, but that's what I've heard. It's nearly close to 100%, which gives those community boards, they have mana. They have mana, they have influence, and you know, if you're looking to push kaupapa in Flaxmere, having a recommendation from a community board would certainly give it the mana or impetus that it needs. So yeah, so that's a comment and a question. This question around how many
Ross.
decisions
Thank you.
have been supported.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think from my knowledge, there may have been one recommendation that wasn't supported, and that was certainly before my time.
And before my time.
So there is a high record there. Certainly the council can actually delegate decision-making responsibilities to a community board and budget for certain things, but it needs to be careful that it doesn't create conflicts in decision-making with its own committee structure or governance structure. So that's an issue for when you enact the community board and adopt your set of terms of reference and delegations. But certainly, yes, has been a very almost uniform take-up of rural community board recommendations at Hastings District Council.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to comment on that, I think the difference with the Rural Community Board is it does have its own separate rating area. So the delegation to bring forward recommendations on particular work streams within that rating areas is such a clear definition. So I don't know that the two community boards can really be compared in the same way. And I'm also very much aware of 4.79, the questions you raise around how effective that community board could be in relationship to operations or separate work streams outside that Hastings district urban area as a whole, I think raises a lot of questions for me. But really what I want to say is that clearly there's some questions around representation in Flaxmere. I've seen them in the submissions and the presentations this morning. And I know we also have a section where we talk about how we might deal with that in terms of another councillor. And I just don't feel at this stage I could give a direction on how I feel with this about discussing also the councillor situation. So I don't really want to give in the straw poll a yes or a no until I know where that might be going. So just to make that clear. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Rather than speak on the Rural Community Board, I just wanted to pick up on something that one of our submitters this morning spoke of. Anne, she spoke of the need to have really diverse representation in Flaxmere. And so I came to this meeting not sure whether I would or wouldn't support a community board, but hearing her speak of the need for each of the Pacifica communities to be represented, I thought about the challenge from the Youth Council around representation of within age groups. I thought about male and female split. I thought about environmental and economics. And I therefore wonder if a community committee where people are selected rather than elected may be more appropriate, because that would allow council to ensure that that diversity, the ethnic representation, age group, etc., is all there. So based on this morning's submissions, I cannot support a community board for Flaxmere.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit similar to Sophie in that they sort of working hand in hand, and we're going to be looking at some compromises or some negotiations a little bit later. But I just wanted to put a question back to those two Flaxmere councillors around, because it also seems that, you know, there is the option of a community board, but we also have the Flaxmere Community Planning Group. And just wondering whether, are you comfortable with if we went in that direction of, you know, and maybe there's a review of that, of what the objectives and what its status actually is. So there's some amendments there to give that a little bit more teeth, grunt, whatever you may well wish to look at it.
Point well made, councillor Harvey, and there's a dynamic group. I've never seen a group like it. It's a really diverse, dynamic group in the Flaxmere Planning Committee, who are, you know, because they're on fire, because this council has committed so much investment into Flaxmere, with, you know, all the projects that are going on, the strategies that you've embedded, all the fabulous Flaxmere time into. They're pretty much on fire, that group, and they've got another meeting on Wednesday night. So, you know, they're looking at everything that's coming forward and bringing the community's views. Councillor Watkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, it was always my hope when we voted for 3 Maori representatives that one of those would actually be anchored in Flaxmere. And we know now that's not the case. That's not what's been agreed to, and I'm very disappointed in that. In terms of community boards, well, I want to discuss that further. I take up Councillor Kerr's point about the diverse community and how if we went for community board, we were absolutely sure and committed that those diverse communities were represented. And then I think of all the housing development and the population expansion that we know is happening in Flaxmere. I just feel uncomfortable that we haven't got 2 councillors in there, but I don't think there's a way forward on that. So let's just wait for the discussion.
Madam Chair, if you wished at this time, you could hold off a straw poll on this particular item until we've got further through some of the councillor issues, if that would help councillors.
I think that's a good idea, thank you.
It is the last community board issue, so it's not gonna...
Just take two final speakers though. Councillor Ollie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my question is, how will the community board or Flaxmere Community Board impact Flaxmere rates? And my other question is, what will they actually do?
So,
Good question. Councillor Ollie, thank you. A lot of your colleagues will appreciate the answers.
So, the decision of how it would be funded would be a decision for the council to make. The Rural Community Board is funded from DRA2, which largely coincides with the rural area. So the principle behind that is that the area that benefits from the board funds the board. If that were the case for, in the Flaxmere board, it was determined it would be funded across properties in Flaxmere. The average contribution per property or per separable rating unit would be about $14.30 a year on the rates. Now that might go up and down depending on how it was structured, but around $14 a year would be the impact on costs. That's if it was funded from Flaxmere. What it would do, that would be a decision for the council to make, and you could certainly do some preparatory work in the time before the election. But when the new council sits, it adopts a committee structure and scope and delegations, and at that time each year it's adopted a set of delegations to the Rural Community Board. It would do the same for the Flaxmere Community Board. But you would imagine that it would ask the Flaxmere Community Board to have input into the investments and the planning for Flaxmere to provide a community view into that and recommendations on it. You would imagine that it would ask the board to input into the planning and design for local parks and infrastructure initiatives. And you would imagine it would ask it to input into some of the social programs and facility development happening in Flaxmere. And there may be actually decisions that it says, well, actually, we want the community board to make this decision, or it's got a budget for local projects or grants or something like that. Those are a range of things I've seen other community boards involved in, but that would be a decision for council to sort of add to its base thing, which would be the input to the LTP, input onto annual plans and input into those major planning processes.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just, like Mr McLeod said, I'd like to consider it further down the track today. But just for my background, the Flaxmere Planning Group, how did they come about? How were they established? Were they just passionate people that got themselves together, or did they have some expertise? What's their background?
The planning committee, and how did it come about? Who would like to answer that? So Denise and the team have a...
I'll comment on my recent experience here today, but I can't do the history like you will in terms of how long you've been in Paharakeke, but certainly we have got a really passionate group of people in Flaxmere that perform many roles in the community, from our people doing street patrols through to, I think, as I understand them, the originals, the people that have been in Flaxmere for 50 years. So it's been a process where the community and the interest in terms of what's been going on in Flaxmere, which under this council has been more than ever, we've ended up with a group that is very diverse, that is basically working with the council on our existing program of work across housing, skate and scooter parks, amenity, value. So that's certainly in its current form, but it's been basically people in the community sticking their hand up saying, I want to be involved.
Yeah, thank you. And that's the danger between being selected and elected. You might not get that passion coming through if they are elected.
Yes, we went to a very passionate meeting, didn't we, Nigel and Hinari? More than one. At the Age Concern, it was a very passionate meeting with about 60 to 100 people in the room. So people, they do come out and tell us what their views are. Hinari?
Yes, I've been given my pedigree on more times than I care to mention. And one thing I've always, and don't take this literally, everybody, one thing I've always said about Flaxmere, they tend to have a go at you from the front rather than the back, and they don't care where it is, in the supermarket, at the rugby, you're their property as far as they're concerned. But getting back to your question, it started with the advent of my first term as a councillor back in 2007. That's when it started, under the auspices of Karen Hatherall, who has since moved back to Te Waipounamu, Pastor Nigel Woodley, Bert Lincoln, who started the Flaxmere Community Patrol Group, Johnson Warner, who's still a youth justice coordinator for Oranga Tamariki. So all those people, and they actually set the foundation. And then all this other stuff, this is when Flaxmere was just what's that place over there? So it was these people that laid the foundation, and they no longer participate in that. They're still in the community, but they've kind of handed over the chalice, so to speak. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Keith. So we will put that one on hold and come back to it. Thank you, Mr McLeod. And now the next one, boundary adjustments.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are a number of submissions that commented on boundary adjustments, and it may be easier to work through them one by one. There was support for the urban boundary adjustments of moving the retirement villages into Hastings Havelock North Ward, and from Federated Farmers, and I think there was no opposition to that. That was fairly straightforward, so I don't think anybody's got an issue with that one. There was one submitter wanting the Tauroa Road mesh block, which is on the upper edge of the Hastings Havelock North Ward on the slopes of Tamara Peak, moved into the Hastings Havelock North ward. That would sort of make it the odd one out of those blocks along there. You have to drive through Havelock North to get anywhere else, but it is sort of that, it does delineate that urban rural boundary at the moment, and it would affect the sort of fair representation, would affect the Kahuranaki ward, and so that's one we probably just need a straw poll on.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I have some support for that, in that, with the cycleway footpath we're constructing, it's becoming much more urban. Sealed streets, curb and channeling. It's almost hard to distinguish when you've left what we would now call Havelock North and gone to the Taurau Road area. So I think there is, the only thing that would stop me doing it is that it would mess up the numbers for representation.
Well, I think through you, Madam Chair, a lot of Taurau Road is actually in the Hastings Havelock ward, but then the top, bends round and there's part of it in the Kahuranaki ward. As you say, it has that impact, and the map would start to look like a missing front tooth, because you'd have all these other mesh blocks in the rural ward, and then just one sticking out in the urban ward. Not that that's necessarily a good reason not to do it.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to get a handle on which houses or which part of Taurau Road you're referring to, and is it the new subdivision that's towards the end and by the bottom Tamata car park? And if it is, and just wondering then if you straw polled those people, they would probably say they are in an urban environment and are part of Havelock North, not Kahuranaki ward.
Well, that's certainly what this one person is saying. So, do we have the?
Thank you.
Can we just have a look?
Otherwise, I can turn to your page 7, in your map box of attachments, page 7. Or page 11.
It's a little bit hard. No roads for a start.
I think it's pretty bad, but you can have a look at it.
So, how many households is a key question I'm trying to work out. I don't think they are farm blocks. I think they are pretty much urban houses in a new residential subdivision. So that's where I'm just trying to get a handle of that. Pardon?
So there are, I do know the number of electors or people in the electoral population in that area. There are 45 people in the general electoral population and one person in the Māori electoral population, as an estimate.
Sorry, because of these.
I have looked at it. I may just need to get Mr. Wary over to give us a hand with that.
I'm just trying to be clear, trying to work out where along that road are we talking as the crossover? And really, if we talk about, I mean, a bit of urban creep as well, and that's what's happened with the retirement village in Te Ati Road. This is a similar situation, and potentially further ongoing development going on there.
Yeah. I suggest just in the order of time, if we park that, and we'll get the team to come over so we can actually look at the map and answer those questions and come back to that.
I just know that there was, we had a similar example, I think I raised it in a previous meeting around Durham Drive or somewhere off there, where people were previously in a rural ward, yet they felt as if they were part of an urban environment, and that had changed, which is what you said previously. Yeah, so this is a similar situation, and I just think it needs to be taken into consideration now rather than in 6 years' time.
All right, we'll come back to that one. The other speakers, you happy with that? Were you speaking on that one? Okay, thank you. Then Mr McLeod, the next one.
Your Worship, Your Worship, I'd like to speak on this topic that was Tauranga Valley Road.
Oh, well, we're going to come back to it.
But I'd just like to make comment that the size of the mesh blocks are not just the residential area. The size of the mesh blocks actually go beyond the residential out into the rural. And that's another part of the decision making we need to consider.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, moving on, there was one submission that opposed the shift of the four mesh blocks known as the Ngātaroa Triangle into the Hiratonga ward. So that is an issue we just need to answer. There was just one submission on that. Otherwise, there was no. There was support for the move to council made from Federated Farmers and others, but there was one submission opposing that shift.
Any views on that, Councillor Kerr?
Just a question, if I may. Is this the same submission that spoke about dividing the Bridge Park community?
Correct.
And I'd just be really interested from the councillor if that's actually what is happening on the ground.
Yeah, I read that submission and I was thinking perhaps what they're saying is half of Bridgepar is in Hiratonga and half is in Kaharanaki, because the mesh block boundary probably goes along Raikako Road. So whereas before it was all in Kaharanaki because the boundary was Ngātaroa Road, and those two sides of Raikako Road were together, now they're split. Yet, within the Ngātaroa Triangle, that is all horticultural, and it is a community of interest there. So I think the answer to that objection may be including the mesh block on the other side of Raikako Road as well, but that gets into rural.
Yeah, I think through you, Madam Mayor, that Bridgepar is sort of split at the current time, because even the end where the boundary goes up Ngātaroa Road at the moment, north of that is in Hiratonga Plains at the moment. So this is just shifting where the split occurs. So it's a simple. You know, the council had good reasons from fair representation and other for land use for making the shift. It's just a matter of which it gives more weight to.
Okay, so Baden, Councillor Barber.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's one submitter here, same with the previous one, one submitter out of 45 homes. And you've got a lot of support going the other way, so I'm just saying that we just have to, otherwise we could sit around here talking about one submission. And no disrespect to the submitter, but I'm just saying that, there's a lot of weight going the other way.
Thank you for your direction, Councillor Barber. Take a straw poll on that boundary adjustment. Sorry?
So I think, do we stay with the initial proposal?
Yes.
Would be the way to phrase that.
Yes. Show of hands.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's clear.
That is clear. Thank you. Councillor Shotton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a process question, now that I understand how the meeting's running today. I'm aware that there are 3 submissions that have been put forward that are by immediate family members of mine. When do I declare that? Because we're not going through them one by one, I just wanted to make sure I'm declaring it at the appropriate time.
Yeah, well, I think, thanks for the declaration. We'll take that as noted without knowing exactly what each of those submissions at this stage relates to. I think incumbent on you, as you're doing, is to declare it, and then, you know, obviously.
So for the record, can I just declare submitters 28, 107 and 135 are the ones I'm referring to? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next mesh block shift was suggesting that the Amahu Road industrial and residential mesh blocks that we shifted from the Flaxmere ward into the Heretaunga ward should in fact perhaps be moved into the Hastings Havelock North ward. That is a submission you could consider. I think the council had good reasons for shifting them into the Heretaunga ward. One is that the industrial activities there are often quite strongly linked with the land uses of the Heretaunga Plains and the rural areas. One was that it assisted to some degree with fair representation, and while they could sit within the larger urban ward, I don't think there's any effective representation issues with them sitting in the Heretaunga ward. So again, it's a straw poll as to whether to stick with your initial proposal or to explore the submission further.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I have some support for it, but how many people are we actually talking about? Is it one mesh block? Would encompass the whole thing?
No, it was about 7 or 8 mesh blocks from memory. It's in the report.
Yeah, I know, but I can't remember it.
But there was about 80, I think around 80 electors when we looked at it.
And of those, would it be fair to say they're probably pretty much all sort of orcharding type?
No.
Activities?
No, none of them, or very few of them would be orcharding type activities now. There is some houses, some residential houses, particularly at the end closest to the expressway. And then there are a range of industrial and commercial properties, some of which have accommodation associated with them. So some of the mesh blocks have no people living in them, but some of them do have some.
I think I'd be prepared to support
it.
Okay, any other speakers on that one?
It would have some implication for the fair representation equation with the Heretaunga ward. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that boundary adjustment? I'll put a straw poll, show of hands.
Sticking with the
the proposal. Thank you, that's a direction, thank you. Next.
The next one was a suggestion to investigate rather than do it outright. The shifting of the entire of the Amahu village in the mesh blocks there into the Flaxmere ward, and that you've shifted, you've unified now the Amahu village mesh blocks in the Heretaunga ward. Before they were split between Heretaunga and Mohaka. So there's just a suggestion to investigate that. We don't really have time for a great investigation. You've sort of got to make some decisions. So it is something that might be able to be investigated into the future, but I'm not sure that there's a strong commonality of interest between the Plains village of Omahu and the more urban context of Flaxmere. Certainly the Heretaunga ward is home to a number of large and small Plains villages, so it's not out of keeping with the makeup of the Heretaunga ward.
Okay, so we'll take any direction from you on that one, councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, I think this is one that would be great to grab, tuck it away and have it to investigate next time. So whether we can come up with an action list or a recommendation that picks up something to consider in the future.
Thank you.
I understand Flaxmere children go out to the kura at Omahu. So I don't support the proposed, I support the status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, I support the status quo too. I think
Thank you.
Omahu's a very distinct community.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe?
We have a lot in common with Omahu. I think it'd be lovely if they graced our beloved Flaxmere. I'm not averse to that, or that discussion that we often exchange tamariki. Some come out to Pahariki, some go there. And I often thought that it's not dissimilar to Paharakeke in years gone by where, oh, that's right, Omahu's, don't forget about this. You know,
Yes.
I do often think that.
Yep. So you're comfortable with the direction that council will make a recommendation to include this in next time? Okay. All right, thank you. So I had take a straw poll on that direction. Stay with the proposal and make a recommendation for investigation for next time. Thank you. Great, thank you. Mr McLeod?
So wards, the issue submission, one submission, I think it was suggesting that an at-large approach would be useful to explore, although it wasn't necessarily clear. There was one clear submission from Federated Farmers supporting the ward-based structure that is in the initial proposal. So it's really just a direction that we go with what's the ward-based structure and don't explore at-large positions.
Thank you. Any direction, any change to that direction?
Simply, if we do stick with the recommendation, can we put it down as another one to be reviewed by the next review?
Which part, councillor Nixon? Oh, no, so we've moved on for that, coming back to that. We're talking about wards and at large. So, and can I just speak in support of wards? You know, I've just seen some incredible ward work by our councillors, particularly recently over some, you know, pretty taxing issues that we haven't actually got to talk to you about. But those ward councillors have done some outstanding work in bringing their community members into the organisation to find a resolution. And I've been part of that and supported them with that. And I just, you know, our ward structure works incredibly well. So straw poll, anything else anyone wants to add on that, wards or at large? Thank you. I'll take a straw poll or direction.
Wards.
That to retain the ward structure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to rural wards and sub-issues.
So rural wards, some clear submissions from the rural sector to retain the Mohaka and Kahuranaki wards with one councillor each. There were a couple of submissions that suggested rural representation needed to be reduced, but that flew in the face of strong rural representation. So really just looking for a direction to retain the rural ward structure with one councillor each.
Thank you. Speakers, councillor Kerr.
Obviously, I'm going to stand and speak for. I was delighted with the representation, the submissions that we got this morning. One tiny request, once again, something to put away for next time. Mangaharuru Tangatu suggested we review the name of particularly the Mohaka ward. I wanted to understand where it came from and is there a more appropriate name. And now's not the right time to have the debate, but I wouldn't like that request to be lost. If we can capture that and take it through, please.
Thank you. Everyone comfortable with that direction? Okay, so, so that's the rural wards as per the proposal with that extra recommendation to look at Mohaka. Show of hands for that direction. Thank you.
The next issue, we had a submission strongly supporting retention of the Hiratonga ward with 2 councillors.
Retain Hiratonga ward, direction. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would strongly support 2 councillors. We have a number of communities of interest in the Hiratonga ward, as well as a very wide distance to travel. So we really need one on one side and one on the other, ideally, but we can't guarantee that next time. But definitely we need 2.
Thank you, Councillor Redstone. And can I just add that some of the work that this council will be looking at, whomever's sitting around the table, will be significant in terms of how we manage land use for the future on the Hiritonga Plains. So the spatial plan, the work that is going to be led by ward councillors, and this is going to be significant work, how we manage protection of our plains and manage our urban growth. So I support the status quo in the proposal. Can I have a show of hands? Direction, thank you. Right, structure of Māori wards.
Could I just take 30 seconds to talk to my trustee advisor here? Can you just bring up the, you sort of like, just want to have a look at the, stop going through for the Tauranga Road, and if you've got an aerial photo of the recent one where we can see where the houses are and stuff, would be good. Thanks. Okay, thank you. So,
It's something that sorry, Ross.
I might just leap forward one issue on my list while Michael brings up the Tauranga Road next block. There was one submission that suggested that every ward should have at least 2 councillors, and the answer to that is that it's very difficult to make work with a council size of less than 24 if you're going to comply with plus or minus 10%. But just we need to answer that. So whether I guess the straw poll is whether you stick with the initial proposal or entertain something different.
Okay. So is everyone quite clear on that? Sticking with the original proposal, propose something different on that? No speakers? Show of hands or direction, please, on that. All right, just we want some clarification. Ross, can you just repeat that? Thank you.
So the submission was that every ward should have at least 2 councillors, which would mean 2 in Mohaka, 2 in Kaharanaki, 2, at least 2. So that would mean that it would, if you were sticking with a council size of around 15, that would really skew the plus or minus 10% numbers. And if you wanted to address that, you would have to look at a much larger council size. So it would be 2 in Flaxmere, yes.
Right, so we're looking at the proposal, please. Thanks, Councillor Kerr.
So really, Your Worship, I think the straw poll would be, do we support this proposal, this submission or not? And therefore we can vote against the submission rather than trying to vote for
I think
what,
so.
yeah.
I think that's the direction. Vote against the submission to have 2 ward councillors representing every ward. At least 2. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's a clear direction.
That's
No.
Yeah, that's good.
No. Right, structure of Māori wards.
So,
We'll come back to Turawa right at the end.
Structure of Māori wards. So there's a few sub-themes there that you'll be aware of. Mangahararu Tangatu submitted in support of an option where there would be 3 Māori wards. This was something you looked at in your discussion documents. It would be a Māori ward an urban Māori ward for Hastings Havelock North, a Māori ward for Paharakiki, and a Māori ward for the rural and Hiratonga Plains area. It was quite unbalanced in terms of fair representation. The Hastings Havelock North ward was significantly underrepresented. I think it's in the report. At about 34% over the average. The Flaxmere Māori ward was about bang on, but the rural Hiratonga Māori ward was significantly overrepresented at about minus 33%. The next option is a 2 Māori ward option with a Paharakiki ward.
I might just take the first one, thank you, Mr McLeod. I'll take a direction on that first one, that submission that has just been explained, 3 Māori ward model. It's likely against. Sorry, 2 or 3? It says 3 Māori ward model, and so that was, so I'd like a direction against, or I have Councillor Barber.
4.72 in the report.
Yeah, I think the numbers, they don't add up in that model, but also, well, we heard from the iwi this morning, the preference to have what do you call that? General ward, for the Māori, at-large ward. Yeah.
Thank you. So we've taken straw poll against that first point, straw poll against having a 3 Māori ward model. Councillor Shodham.
Sorry, thank you, Worship. Can I just ask for clarity? So if we vote in the straw poll, is there still further discussion able to be had around a different structure, or is it just going to be at large if we vote right now?
No, we're coming to the next. There are 3 themes, so the next one is 2. So that's a no to the 3 ward model.
So just have a show of hands against the 3 ward model. Thank you. That's the direction.
The next theme was from a couple of submitters seeing that the model of having a 2 ward model, a distinct Māori ward, Paharakiki ward for Flaxmere would help address issues of representation in Flaxmere, and then there would be a balance Takitimu ward for the balance of the district. That would comply with the plus or minus 10%. There would be two Māori ward councillors for the balance ward and 1 Māori ward councillor for the Paharakiki ward. But again, as Councillor Barber just highlighted, with respect to the 3 ward model, there is strong support for a single Māori ward with 3 councillors has come forward through the various engagement processes and from iwi.
Thank you. So, Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. In fact, I've always been in support of 2 councillors for Flaxmere by whatever means that can be achieved. So on this one, I'm going to support it, despite the fact this morning's submission suggested that was not acceptable, but I think it would be acceptable to the people of Flaxmere.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question, 2 questions. So the 2%, the minus 2% that this option offers, where is the corresponding number? Because that makes 2 councillors over the total of Flaxmere. So does that number then fit with, is that the same number, negative 2% over the whole of Flaxmere? Sorry, it's very clumsy. You know what I'm asking? No, we're coming to that, are we?
No, so I think I know what you're asking. This is dealing just with those people on the Māori electoral roll. On the Māori electoral population. In the Māori electoral population, the population estimate. And there are, I think, 16,400 across the district estimated to be in the Māori electoral population. So roughly a third of those are in Flaxmere. So it deals, it can, the plus or minus 10% in this case only works across the Māori wards. It has no relationship at all to the general wards. That would provide another councillor geographically focused on Flaxmere in terms of where they're elected from, but the numbers in the general wards would still comply. It's just that you would then have two councillors being geographically elected from within the Flaxmere boundary, albeit from different electoral populations.
Exactly, thank you. And another question, Your Worship. Really, it's clarification. I'm not sure who would answer it. We have our initial proposal that we've looked at. We've gone out and had that reflected upon by our Hiratonga Takatoa Māori Standing Committee, who are within our council. Ngāti Kahanunu have spoken to it as well. We've heard presentations this morning. And I suppose what I'm asking is, as a council, and then we've also heard from our community around their desire to see more representation within Flaxmere, but as Simon mentions, it's been very clear from all our Māori representation that they prefer the three at large. So what I'm trying to ask is that how do we weight our relationship to our own Māori Standing Committee and their opinion and the views of others and in relationship to it?
Yeah, I'll get Ross to speak to that, because this is the balancing that you're going to have to do in the round when we bring all of this together. But I think what we're talking about right now is there's a relationship with Paharakiki. What you are talking about is the Māori electoral model for the next elections, and you know, I think you've summed it up pretty well. You know, you've got feedback from your Hiratonga Takatoa, from a Huia iwi, from the iwi, and I think whilst there's a connection, I think what we're looking for at the moment is direction on the form of the Māori electoral structure. We have to put all of this stuff together in the round that you're going to debate, but I think the direction that we're looking for is, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McLeod, at this stage, is on the Māori electoral arrangements.
And that is the direction that Baden set as the first speaker. Others, Eileen, Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, for all the reasons that everybody has stated, that I can't support that submission. But I do wonder if, like with the other suggestions, that we review this in the future, that this could be an action for the future to have a look at it again.
I certainly think this is will become fundamental to your representation review. It's no different from the rest of your ward structure. So, you know, it is something that needs to be reviewed at each representation review. I think in terms of the weighting, that's up to each councillor to sort of look at how you weight those various things. But I think the Chief Executive is absolutely correct. You are dealing with the structure of Māori ward representation, and you've had some fairly strong feedback from people, you know, leaders within that community and organisations within that community as to what they think will work best as the initial introduction of Māori wards. And while it can be convenient to solve other issues by structuring the Māori representation in a certain way, that's not the feedback you're getting from that Māori community. There are a number of other submissions that said you can't just rely on the Māori ward councillors to represent Flaxmere. I think I'm slightly puzzled by that rationale, because a third of their electoral constituency will come from Flaxmere. So if they're not representing Flaxmere, I'd imagine they'd be fairly short-lived representatives. But you know, that it is a question really about what works best for the Māori representation, and that is sort of, you've had some
just on that point, Mr. McLeod, I think the thing that struck me this morning, listening to Mike Paku, you know, as a member of Hiratonga Takatoa, as the chair of Hiratonga Tamatea Settlement Trust through this process with us, is I think you've got to, at this stage, bring it back to, this is about the Māori electoral arrangements. that we're seeking some direction on here. And I think we know that it was your decision to adopt Māori wards that have triggered a representation review. And Mike's point this morning is don't let multi-electoral arrangements and the complications it cause for the overall arrangements across the district become the problem. And I think you've got, again, it's your balancing to do, but I think you have a fairly clear direction from submitters and from iwi and mana whenua about what they, what they're seeking for the Māori electoral arrangements.
Chair of Te Tai Whenua, not Settlement Trust.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Just for the record. Councillor Travis?
I will confess that I was initially attracted to the idea of ring fencing one of the 3 Māori seats for Flaxmere because it was tidy, and I love tidy and it seemed really convenient, etc., which is why I supported it in the first instance. However, since then I have had time to reflect and I listened very carefully to what was said this morning, and it seems to me the word I would use if we would choose to disregard the views of the foremost Māori people in our community is it would be paternalistic. It would be that old-fashioned 19th century kind of philosophy whereby we know what's best for you. So in fact, let them decide what is best for themselves, because to do anything less is completely undemocratic.
I think the word that Mike Paki used wasn't paternalistic; it was betrayed.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. Look, I've got the utmost respect for the submissions this morning, and it puts me in a dilemma. But now and again, I bat in my colleague's corner over here, and I am going to bat for you over Flaxmere. So at this time of the day, my preference would be for 2 wards. But after we've had the discussion later about the roles of community boards and how that might interact, I may well concede and change to the 1 ward structure.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Just quite keen for some clarity around what role in that iwi hapu consultation or the ability for our Flaxmere councillors to feed into that. Were they able to express their views and options?
Mr. McLeod?
Well, as far as I'm aware, through you, Madam Mayor, it was a huia iwi was a primary mechanism. I mean, the Māori electoral community had, the Maori community had same opportunities as everyone else with the submission process, and we did get some people taking away those forms and doing it online. But at the huia iwi, I think councillors were actually encouraged not to participate and to let the public sort of have their say. So I think that was a theme that I heard around that, both from the huia iwi and the wider public consultation. It was hosted by both Tai Whenua at the Heretaunga Tai Whenua, and it was more eliciting community views of the people that had come to input to that.
And again, through you, Worship, as I understand it, and I'm going back to the debate you had at the time on the initial proposal, the submissions that have been made, is that there were a number of matters that were discussed in the huia iwi, from the electoral arrangements, the name of the ward, and a korero around the 3 versus Paharakiki Ward and 2 in Takitimu, and that was debated. And what they said, and certainly when we had the initial proposal conversation, that would be the second preference. But the preference expressed from the huia iwi was on balance their view of 1 ward named Takitimu with 3. Yep.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Our submitters this morning, the first thing they spoke about was te mihi to the council for supporting Māori ward, Māori seats, Māori ward at the next election. So that's, I guess, the opportunity in front of us. That's a significant opportunity in front of us. And now I think that's what we need to focus on. Te Tai Whenua Heretaunga submitted this morning. We had the chair there. They represent 17 marae in the Heretaunga area. And we also have submission from Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi, represents 40,000 Ngāti Kahungunu registered members. So, you know, you have a strong mandate behind the support for one ward. And Mare talked about Mātai Waka. Mātai Waka is those that are Māori but don't whakapapa to, you know, Heretaunga as such. We have a large number of Mātai Waka. Ngāti Kahungunu has been, is an iwi that manakis everyone. And we have manaki Mātai Waka, you know, Mairangi. A lot of families came into Heretaunga for work, and Kahungunu have manakied them. And so if you look at the whakaaro, which is the whakaaro Māori, really around having a one ward situation, is that Mātai Waka, mana whenua, they all have an opportunity to manaki within that one ward. And what I heard from Mare this morning, if we had, you know, separate wards, you're probably looking at pushing certain parts of Heretaunga towards a kind of a Mātai Waka centric situation. So there's an opportunity if you had the one ward, which is what is proposed, that all Māori, whether Mātai Waka, mana whenua, have an opportunity to contribute with the opportunity of standing in a Māori ward. So you know, I support the current, the status quo, the proposal that's on the table, due to the whakaaro Māori around it, but also the mandate that has come with the submissions from our iwi, hapu and marae.
Kia ora, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Councillor Barber, for your very clear explanation. I too support the three at large, as per the iwi advice. And who are we to change what they actually want and suggest it to us? Is that our role? I don't think it is.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, I heard the Māori Battalion bandied about. My dad was in D Company, sneaked off as a 17-year-old. I think he lied about his age. So I'm aware of all that. And he came back speaking fluent Italian. And he was in total immersion. So I'm aware of all that. We have a Kiohorahi playground in Flaxmere, the only one in the bay, set up there. And we had one of their last living Māori Battalion soldiers come in there and give it the blessing. And we heard words like whakawhanaungatanga and manakitanga, you know, permeating throughout the whare, and gay abandon, all of that. And I do know in terms of Mātai Waka, I chaired a marae in Flaxmere for over a couple of decades. That is Mātai Waka. It's there, as Baden said, quite rightly so, that was established by a need to look after those who don't whakapapa to Kahungunu. But that marae services, and not only Mātai Waka, but Kahungunu. Why do I know that? Because I did, and this is in the public arena, I made representation on behalf of our marae if we could solicit some of the treaty claims monies into Te Aranga Marae. And I was told no, because that marae doesn't whakapapa to Kahungunu. And I was aggrieved by that. I said, okay then, if we're not going to get any of that monies, we don't whakapapa to Kahungunu, guess what? We'll keep visiting our people in prison, we'll keep putting them into homes, we'll keep putting them into houses, we'll keep feeding them on a voluntary basis. Where's the whakawhanaungatanga there? Where's the aroha there? That's my grievance. We have two councillors have been since Adam was a cowboy. It's not broken. Don't fix it. It is not broken. We have a model that works. I'm all for Māori representation. Of course I am. We have a model that works. 2 councillors for Flaxmere. And I heard the word betrayal. To oppose the iwi, it's not betrayal. I think betrayal is our Flaxmere councillor should have been in that huia iwi.
So, Hinari, we're just talking at the moment about a ward
I'll
for
change that, sorry,
Pāharakiki,
Honor.
not
Your
count how
worship.
many councillors.
Yeah, well, you know,
So we just,
when you stand for this high needs community, your heart goes all over the place. It doesn't always stick to the status quo. So my apologies if I've caused anybody any offence, but that sort of affords you an insight into how I feel and why I'm voting the way I'm voting. But yeah, I feel a sense of betrayal myself. I do. I mean, that word was thrown at us, and so do I. So how many were at that huia iwi? That's what I like to know. 3, 4?
So who can answer that for us, thanks? How many people attended the huia iwi?
There would have been close to 30 by
30?
my estimate.
Close to 30.
How many from Flaxmere? Anyway, so you know my thoughts. You know how I feel. I put it out. When our people asked me to stand for council, I said, I'm not clever enough. I don't have the intellect. And at times I do think that. They said, no, we don't want clever. We want you to drop your blood and guts and heart and soul on the table. And that's how it's been for me ever since day dot. And I'm doing the same thing now today. I cannot be accused of not doing that.
Thank you. Can I just ask the speakers to stick to the kororo, which is a separate Pāharakiki Māori ward for Flaxmere, please. Elwyn? Councillor Corbin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am vexed by the representation for Flaxmere, and I had been hoping that this could have been a solution to that, but I've heard what Geraldine said, Nigel and Ross, and I agree with your comments. I'd actually asked our Māori leaders about the Pāharakiki ward twice, and they were firm both times, and they reaffirmed that today. So for those reasons, I think imposing a Pāharakiki ward into the Māori ward is really trying to solve one of our other problems in the wrong area. So I don't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Corbin. Councillor Harvey?
Oh, no, sorry.
Councillor Ollie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do advocate for a dedicated Māori ward for Flaxmere. 1 for Flaxmere and 2 at large. While this does not address Flaxmere's underrepresentation in the general role, having a dedicated Māori ward will begin to ensure Flaxmere's voice is not lost in the new model.
Thank you, Councillor Ollie. Okay, so we have a direction here that, and led by Councillor Barber, that we do not support, we're against a Pāharakiki Māori ward for Flaxmere. I have a straw poll, please.
We reframe it like we are for a Māori ad ward?
Yes.
At large? You know, that just kind of comes across
But we
negative.
support a
That's not.
Takatumu, 1 Māori ward at large.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Show of hands, please, for that direction. Does everyone understand that? 1 Māori ward with 3 seats at large.
There's 8 I get there. And so.
Recount.
So can we just
A Takatumu ward with 3 seats at large, as per the submissions heard this morning and from Ngāti Kahungunu. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just saying that at this time, without the completeness, I'm abstaining from the straw poll just because I can't make up my mind just yet. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar, I understand absolutely the discussion and the argument and that the Māori wards and their representation shouldn't be used to solve or create new problems, yet the 3 seats sit within the 14 or 15 seats that need to be resolved within all these issues. So they actually, it's not separate, and it does need to be considered in conjunction with the whole picture. And similar to Councillor Sholem, I find myself more confused now actually having listened to the discussion, and I think I need a bit more, and I need to understand a little bit more about if we are accepting that there is a problem with underrepresentation in Flaxmere, and this isn't going to solve that, then what are some other options, or where might we be going before I can make a decision on this?
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Councillor Watkins?
Your Worship, would you consider postponing this straw poll till after we've had the discussion about the
Flaxmere representation?
the Flaxmere representation? Because as I've indicated, I could well change my position after that.
Okay.
So I think, through you, Madam Chair, we've had a straw poll, we've got a direction. Straw polls aren't binding, obviously, so the opportunity to revisit this later, if you want to, is there, but the direction is, you know, the Māori representation is best with one single ward. We can come back to it in the round later when we get to those other issues, but that's the direction we're going with for now, which I think is useful.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So it is 12:30. I will adjourn the meeting. Oh, okay.
Michael here.
Oh, we're doing, oh, yes, we go. So this is a Tuaroa?
Total.
Yes.
Yeah, mesh block.
So we're going back to the Totoa Road mesh block and the questions that were asked this morning about it being in part of Hastings and Havelock.
Lynn, could you please,
And understanding
we're just going to bring up a map.
that boundary adjustment.
It's not quite what I wanted to see. It's all good. It's clear as mud. Here we go. So can you just zoom out a little bit so we can see the context? Yeah. So this is Havelock North in the brown colour, and Kahuranaki in the yellow colour, and the mesh block in question is highlighted with the blue boundary. Part of it's obscured by the title. Yeah, sorry. No, so you can sort of see where that is. That's the whole mesh block. Now, if you just flick over to the aerial photo, please, Michael. So there you can see that area, that is Totoroa Valley Road, which was at the top of the mesh block, and some new development area that's gone in there. But as you can see, it's quite a large mesh block with non-developed area. If you just switch back to the mesh block. And highlight it. So there again, you sort of get the idea. It is, as Councillor Harvey has said, had some more recent development going in there, but it is also on that sort of rural urban edge, and there are a number of other mesh blocks either side of it. So you could, it's open to you to shift that mesh block if you think that is would better serve effective representation. It would shift well, our current estimate is about 45 electors from Hiratonga from Kahuranaki into Hastings Havelock North, which wouldn't be a blip in Hastings Havelock North, but it would just make those numbers less favourable in terms of Kahuranaki ward.
Yes, thank you. Okay, councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Russ. So my question is, if we were to move this one, therefore, why would we not move the one to the left and the one to the right and the one further up as well? Because I just struggle with taking one submission to move a whole mesh block when the same argument could be applied to the others.
Well, I think the short answer to that is this is the only mesh block in respect of which you've had a submission. But in future reviews, you would be faced with that question, and you should be where is the appropriate boundary. But then it's also if you get when you get creeping development like that, how do you retain viable wards in those other areas? If it could be that this community thinks they're most effectively represented in the urban context. That's a fair argument, but it's also getting that balance overall. So it is really open to the council, but it's got arguments either way.
Thank you. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I don't think it should come out of the Kahuranaki boundary. That's a huge amount of whenua to kind of, and 45 residents. If there was 45 submissions or one submission on behalf of 45 residents, might be a different story, but it's one.
Just one submission.
Yeah, no. I mean, the way development's going, my marama will become part of Havelock North soon, just the way that... you have to make a call on some of these boundaries, and, I think that looks like a kind of a... Yeah, that just does not fit in neatly anyway. So, I'm happy with status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do understand Councillor Harvey's point. There's certainly a creep, and I can see why this particular resident may feel this way. It's not a view I've heard expressed before as the ward councillor, and I certainly couldn't support it on the basis of one submission without any conversation with the rest of that community. And I think actually the mesh block itself shows quite clearly why it is sitting in Kahuranaki, and I support it as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I'm willing to change my position for two reasons. The first one is it will upset the plus or minus 10% by a greater margin. And there is a lot of land that's undeveloped at the moment, which does suggest perhaps it can remain rural. But we can keep it open for another occasion.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I'm not going to win much today. I was hoping I might win on this one. And when you take into consideration that really we only had 153 submissions, and this is one submission from 45 residents, and I feel sort of that actually, and although they don't actually sit in my ward, they sit in your ward, I actually feel as if I've let them down, because 45 houses, we should have gone and door knocked and asked them where they actually do sit. And I did text one of those to Phil, and he said, well, my heart is sort of rural, but it is now urban. And so that's where I think we don't do the community of interest service, because I think if we had gone out and had a conversation with them and showed the pros and cons of both, I'm not saying that we should be pushing them in one direction, we should give them the ability to form their own decision, that maybe we would have got more submissions and more in a clearer outcome than based on just one person that did take the time to actually have a look at what was being put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did actually attempt to make contact with the submitter and to talk it through to be able to speak for her today, but I didn't receive a reply. So
okay.
I do take on what you're saying, in that it would be appropriate to speak to them, and I did make that attempt.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Okay, so I think that we'll take a straw poll. Tauroa Road, status quo, stays where it is. Hands, show of hands, please.
2, 3,
Thank you.
4, 5, 6,
That's a
7.
clear direction. Thank you very much. And now we'll adjourn for lunch. Thank you, councillors. and we resume at 1:15. Thank you.
I don't think we'll need it.
Okay, I was actually up in the building, but I was just finishing something. I was like, oh, I can't come right away.
All right, can everyone please be seated? Just about past. Are we going to have a waiata before we start, Henare? Have our vaccinate song when we reconvene. Oh, you better have it online. Have you still got your little things? You know the words? Okay, all right. We're going to do the vaccinate song, eh? All right. Oh, you've got them, Lynn, have you? The vaccinate words? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, look after you, mate. All right, Etu. Are you ready to go, Lynn? All right. Tēnā koutou katoa. We now reconvene our council meeting, and we're going to start with a waiata for the afternoon, which is our vaccinate song.
All right. Toru fa, vaccinate before too late. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got it. Vaccinate before too late. Vaccinate, look after your mate. Vaccinate, stay alive. Vaccinate if you want to survive. Get the needle, it's not sore. Get the needle, don't worry no more. Vaccinate if you haven't heard. Vaccinate, it doesn't repeat. Vaccinate before too late. Vaccinate, look after your mate. Vaccinate, stay alive. Vaccinate if you want to survive. Get the needle, it's not sore. Get the needle, don't worry no more. Vaccinate if you haven't heard. Vaccinate, it doesn't hurt. Vaccinate.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you, Henare, for getting that message out. And Super Saturday, here we come. Everyone's on board. About 14 events across the Hastings district. Everyone's put their hand up to help with work. So we'll all get our rosters and we'll all be told where we need to be and get our people out and make it easy for them. So back to our representation, and I'll ask Mr McLeod to take us to the next item on our submissions.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next item on the run sheet is representation for Flaxmere, and in that is the number of councillors representing the electoral population of the Flaxmere area, Flaxmere General Ward. There are other issues that people have suggested through submissions in relation to that. And also you have held over the issue of the Flaxmere Community Board to consider in this as well. The other issues that have come forward are their submissions that suggest merging the Flaxmere ward in with the Hastings Havelock ward to create a single urban ward, which would create a ward that was plus or minus within the plus or minus 10% range, and would be 8 councillors for that ward. And then, of course, there were other options. The option B that some people have submitted for 14 councillors, that option that you considered, while Flaxmere Ward still had one member serving the electoral population estimate of 6,830 people, that would then be mathematically compliant within the plus or minus 10% range. So there would still be one councillor, but it would be within the fair representation range. It does have flow-on effects that none of the other wards are in the plus or minus 10% range, just the way the representation map and mathematics work, but that would be mathematically compliant at one councillor. So those are the issues. Obviously, your discussion around a Flaxmere community board may be influenced by how you approach this. But the key issue, I think, underpinning it is because of the introduction of Māori wards and the separation of the Māori electoral population from the general electoral population, the general wards are now only representing those on the general electoral population. So whereas before Flaxmere, in the Flaxmere ward at the last election had over 12,000 people that were being represented by the Flaxmere ward councillors, now that population is reduced to 6,830 and 5,300 plus councillors have moved into the Māori electoral population. So you're not actually electing a number of councillors to represent the whole Flaxmere community. You're representing, you're determining on the number of councillors to elect the Flaxmere general electoral population, which is 6,830. I think that probably sums up the situation.
Does that make it quite clear for people? Does everyone understand what that means? What the change is here? Okay, start with Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to make a comment about the timing of the opportunity to change roles from Māori to general or vice versa. And I think it's 2024, and I think that could make a significant difference in Flaxmere when that occurs. So, yeah, that's just a comment I'd like to make. Is that correct? Correct or?
I understand that is the next Māori electoral option, and I think the reason it's 5 years is that this is loosely tied, I think, to the census, so that when they are doing the next set of population estimates for matters like this, that they can see both for the general election, national election, how things stack up with the electoral populations for the electorates, but it will also play out here, and those electoral populations may adjust for the next time you do a representation review.
Councillor Corbin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering whether there's opportunity for further mesh block adjustments between Flaxmere and Hastings Havelock, and perhaps the western side of Hastings Havelock being included in Flaxmere to increase the numbers to 2 councillors in Flaxmere and 1 less in Hastings Havelock.
I'll just make an opening comment, and Ross, you might follow on in your experience, but I think one of the things that we are absolutely bound by in terms of the guidance is not to confuse different communities to try and solve the problem. So I just think at a fundamental first principles level, the question you'd have to ask is, to solve that issue, are you shifting, what you're proposing to shift as mesh blocks actually fundamentally the Flaxmere community?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think to bring Flaxmere up to a level where it would sort of be within the range for 2 councillors in the general ward, you'd need to essentially find another 5,000 to 6,000, probably 5,000 to 5,500 electoral population from the general electoral population, and that would be a fairly significant chunk of Hastings. In fact, it would be almost adding the same amount of population on the Flaxmere general electoral population to it again. And then you start to ask, well, is that Flaxmere anymore? You're combining communities that don't necessarily have the same commonalities of interest, which is criteria. So if you were going to look at options like that, probably the more logical option would be to say, as some submitters have suggested, why don't you just merge Flaxmere general electoral population with Hastings and Havelock North, because you're essentially doing that anyway through that particular one. You take away any fair representation issues, and then Flaxmere would have 8 councillors to represent it, rather than one or two. So those are the sorts of dynamics. I think you could do that, but it doesn't really stack up with the guidance from the local government commission, and it would probably lead. Certainly, I don't want to put words in the commission's mouth because they've got their own role, but they would certainly be, I think, thinking, well, does that make sense, or does going the whole hog and merging the wards make more sense?
Thank you, and that's exactly the point that Councillor Lawson raised this morning. Thank you. Councillor Travers?
While it is indeed true that Māori will not have the option theoretically to change roles until 2024, submissions have just closed to change that very legislation. So, in fact, we could see a change within the year.
Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. I think we've got to be careful not to sort of be messing around with the numbers and the structure of our wards simply to make it fit another desirable outcome. Yeah, I was involved in the last time there was we went to the local government commission and had the decision overturned. We want to avoid a situation of opening that up, which you spoke to me about at lunchtime. I also feel that somehow this process should better align with the Maori electoral option, so that it becomes a complete package, that option and our assessment of our wards and representation structure. Because there could be a shift. We don't know which way the shift, it could go both ways. But if it was better aligned, I think it would be more accurate, more reasonable, and a better thing to do.
Yeah, I think, through you, Your Worship, yeah, it's an interesting observation that as the world stands today, notwithstanding that there could be changes to legislation, as the world stands today, you are still going to have to make a decision on how the system currently works, and it's not aligned. It's not aligned like that.
I wonder if I could just add a comment. I mean, is there any possibility we can commit to reviewing this in 3 years to start aligning it? Because then if we go every 6 years after that, it would be aligned.
Clear clarification on that, under the legislation.
I don't think, given what Councillor Travers has just advised the council of, I don't think there's any certainty as to what the picture will look like after any changes, or there may not be any, but any changes come out of that. So I think it would be premature to commit to anything like that at the moment. I think certainly council has the choice to do another review in 3 years of it, as like this process so much. But you have so you have that option depending on what comes out, and even if something changes in the next year, you still have to set your representation arrangements based on the electoral population estimates you have now. So that's not going to change. You're not going to have another chance to do that by next year. But I think if things do change, if there is some opportunity to align, then I think you have that opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, Ross, can you just clarify which point we actually want some direction on right here?
So we're wanting some direction on the essentially the council representation arrangements with respect to Flaxmere.
Yep.
So there's a few submissions in there. There are obviously submissions that support the initial proposal, which is part of the overall whole of one councillor representing those 6,830 electoral population in the Flaxmere General Ward. Then there's some submissions seeking for 2 councillors to represent that. There are a couple of submissions suggesting that the Flaxmere ward be merged in with the Hastings Havelock ward to give to make that a larger ward and deal with representation that way. And then you had held over your discussion on a Flaxmere Community Board sort of until the time you dealt with this. Yeah. So it'll be, yes.
We can have that discussion now.
Yes, it's a discussion now. So this
Probably
is
be
about,
good to get direction on
Yes.
the ward before we come back.
so
to it.
2 councillors for the Flaxmere General Ward, and that's the submission that's the submissions we're talking about at the moment.
I think
So-
you've got an initial proposal at the moment, that I think the first thing that you want to retain a distinct ward for the community of interest of Flaxmere, I think would be a good starting point.
Well, I'll say yes to that.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
I'll say
show of
yes to
hands
that.
for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, it's a clear direction.
Okay.
So that takes out the merge of Hastings and Havelock, that submission, because nobody wants that.
Yep.
Okay,
And then
Are
I
we
think
talking
on
about numbers now, or
sorry?
are we talking about 1 or 2 now, or?
Yes. So just to set some scene, so you know what it is, the maths on this, with the initial proposal of 1 representing the general population in Flaxmere is underrepresented, is underrepresentation by 14%, which is what we're talking about around. If you were of a mind to say, oh, we need 2 councillors in Flaxmere, then we have a situation where Flaxmere would be overrepresented by 39%. And I think the issues that we're talking about here, just to be clear again, is that would probably invite, whilst you can make a case for overrepresentation, I'm not sure how the Local Government Commission would view that, and whether you run the risk of the Local Government Commission saying, well, actually, you don't have a issue if you just treated your urban population as an urban population, and it could be compliant. And then you have a suggestion around, well, maybe the underrepresentation with 1 councillor for Flaxmere could be supported by a Flaxmere Community Board. So I think if we accept that you've given us direction that you want to retain a distinct representation and voice for Paharakeke, that's clear. Now the conversation is on 2 versus 1 and the conversation about a community board.
so I think that we need some clear direction though from the officers, because as Councillor Lawson outlined this morning, we've been in this place before with Hastings and Havelock North. The likelihood, and I asked you this question, Ross, what happened in the past when we had a position of 2 councillors in Havelock North and what the commission actually delivered us. So could you just ask that question, thank you?
I think that's a useful question, Your Worship, and I need to start by stressing that I cannot speak for the Commission, obviously.
No.
They have to come to this afresh and make their own determination, which they will have to in any case. But you know, looking at some of the decisions they've made here in the past and elsewhere around the country, the situation in 2012-13 was that actually there was quite a convoluted process. The initial proposal retained the sort of ward structure. Then at the final hurdle, council came up with a quite radically different proposal. The Local Government Commission went back to the original proposal, but that had Havelock North had 2 councillors, but it was underrepresented, I think at about 15%, somewhere around there. And the Local Government Commission decided that Havelock and Hastings were not all that dissimilar, and they could be merged together to come up with the current structure we have now of 8 councillors across those 2 areas. Another pointer is for the for the regional council constituency. The Hastings urban constituency combines Hastings, Havelock North and Flaxmere in terms of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council representation arrangements up until this time. Who knows what will happen into the future? But so there are precedents there within our area of how the Commission, different membership, how the Commission has dealt with issues such as this. Around the country, they have been prepared to where levels of under or over representation, if it makes sense from a community of interest and effective representation standpoint. And 14% is not a large sort of outlier in terms of that plus or minus 10%. While the law used to say it was a strict limit unless there were isolation sort of issues, the law has changed and it's not, as strict now. And the council's put in place, the Waikanai ward and the Otaki ward, to get that to plus or minus 10%, the Otaki ward came in and took up almost, a significant chunk of the Waikanai town. So they went to a system where I think Waikanai is underrepresented in the 20s, but they've got a distinct voice, set of voices around the council table. So there are precedents decisions around the country where I guess what you call a tolerable level of under or over representation is accepted, and 14% is towards the bottom of the range. That's probably some of the examples that I think are germane.
Thank you. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and kia ora Ross for that, explanation about Havelock and Hastings. But for me, it would be hard to argue the joining of Flaxmere with the rest of the urban areas and Hastings and Havelock, just because they're so unique.
Yes.
Flaxmere in terms of its population and breakdown. So I'm confident that wouldn't happen in the scenario. So for me, I think if I look at the unders and overs, and this is, this is what I guess an unintended consequence of having a Māori constituency, is that it's going to impact, and it's going to impact populations where our Māori people are living, and that's Flaxmere. And so, 3,500 people are on the Māori roll, and so we will lose under that scenario. We would lose a councillor in Flaxmere. But I think if we're looking at a kind of a bigger picture without getting fixated on the numbers and the seats, Flaxmere is going to get, and this is my own personal opinion, is going to get 3 strong allies for whānau that are living everywhere, but in particular Pāharakeke, which has over 3,500 Māori living. So you might lose the notional Flaxmere councillor, but you're actually gaining 3 allies sitting around this council that will be batting for Flaxmere day and night, because that's where our whānau live. And we have whānau from all over the marae, all over Heretaunga that live in Flaxmere. So I think we need to look a little bit higher than the actual seat, because I think there's an opportunity here, and it's actually a really exciting opportunity for our whānau, for Māori whānau, no matter where they live. This happens to be 3,500 of them live in Flaxmere, and so they are going to be, they're going to be blessed by having another 3 Māori councillors. So for me, I would, I prefer what we have on the table, which is to have 1 councillor with the 3 extra Māori councillors coming on board, which I'm saying will have a heavy focus on Flaxmere. And in addition to that, and if we're talking about a Flaxmere Community Board, I'm going to put that on the table right now, because I think a community board, and if I look at the community, and this may be a question to you, Ross, some of the community boards in Auckland are actually running, some of those. Are they community boards, or are they local boards, or are they, what's the difference? Because they do have budget, and they do kind of make some big decisions for their constituencies.
So through you, Madam Chair, that they are local boards in Auckland under the current set of arrangements, which are differently constituted from community boards, and they have greater powers. So some of those local boards represent areas generally from between 50 and 100,000 people areas, suburbs of the greater Auckland area, and they are set up under statute and do have specific sort of sets of delegations, but certainly community boards can be delegated decision-making power by council, and they certainly have strong advisory capabilities for, you know, helping the council shape various planning and decision-making tools.
So a community board with you know powers that can influence Flaxmere, I think that again is a powerful instrument that this council can put in place. Our 3 Māori councillors, a councillor specifically for Flaxmere, and then the rest of the council elected to support the Hastings Council. I think that's a very strong focus that we can support the whānau in Flaxmere. And as I said before, as the iwi said in the submission, the manakitanga is what Kahungunu does, and I don't see the 3 Māori councillors and also us, you know, looking anywhere else than Flaxmere when we need to support Flaxmere. So I'm happy to kind of support the current directive.
I have other speakers there, but Baden, where there's a proposal, direction there, which is the existing proposal of 1 councillor for Flaxmere. Okay, so I'll listen to other speakers first, and then we'll look at a direction and a community board. Well, we'll take the community board separately, but we'll do the 1 councillor. So Tanya, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Baden, for some really clear direction there. I too support just the single councillor for Flaxmere, and I'm coming from it from a slightly different angle, that if this ward was only 10% underrepresented compared to the 14%, we're talking about 250 people. And to me, that's not significant enough to warrant a whole extra councillor. And I do think that with 2 councillors being overrepresented by 39%, we really do run the risk of Local Government Commission coming in and effectively tossing the baby out with the bathwater and doing exactly what they did in 2014 or 2012-13 and doing something that we were unable to do. We could never merge Havelock and Hastings together because they weren't touching mesh blocks, but the Local Government Commission was able to do it. And my fear is that's exactly what they'll do this time if we give them cause to. So I support the 1 councillor, and I'll leave my comments on the community board separately. Thanks.
Councillor O'Keefe, we're talking about 1 councillor.
I realise that, Your Worship, more than anyone else sitting around this table. I mean, we've had workshop after workshop after workshop, and we're still attempting to come to grips with this. All the people of Flaxmere, whānau out there would see, whichever way you cut it up, those people still live in Flaxmere, 10, 12,000 of them, and all they'll see, and they don't have the benefit of the workshops like we have, is that they've lost a councillor. And the sad thing about that is it's going to take a stranger in Wellington to decide their final destiny in that regard, who have no affinity, nothing whatsoever to do with our Flaxmere. That's the sad thing about it. I think no one can accuse me of fighting to the nth degree. And so when we do make the final decision, if by chance it goes against me, I'd like that recorded, please, that I did stand. And please know I'm driven by nothing else but love. And I'm going to do something that's unexpected here, Your Worship, but I want to make this public. And it's nothing to do with what we're having now, so you can cut me off if you like. But Naomi and I had a conversation out there, and unbeknown to me, I heard her feelings. And the tears cascaded down her cheeks. And I went out there, I gave her a big hug, although she was hesitant, but I did hug her nevertheless. So Naomi, in front of everybody, I want to eat as many humble pies as I can consume. And I think this is what leadership is also about. When you've done something wrong, you put your hand up. And Naomi, I do appreciate the work that you do. And I do appreciate when unprecedented times, and I do appreciate that you have a very, very difficult task. You have a team that don't always adhere to your wishes and desires. But I want to say to you right here and now, to your husband, to your children, I'm very, very sorry if I've hurt your feelings. That was not my intention. It's never my intention. But sometimes I talk before I think. So I'm really sorry, and I do respect and appreciate you. I really do. Pleasure.
Thank you, Hinari. Councillor Nixon.
Thanks. Just the step that we've said we're not going to do, if we were to merge Flaxmere into Hastings Havelock, I think there would be an uproar in the community. And that is precisely what happened last time, as you remember, Hinari, because you were one of the leaders of the Flaxmere Don't Let It Happen Brigade, along with Jacoby. And you appealed to the Local Government Commission, and they found in your favour and didn't proceed. Equally, I think if we were to assign 2 seats to the Flaxmere ward without adjusting everything else, I think we'd end up with a similar outcome, or have a real risk of a similar outcome. Other people would object to that over-representation, and we'd once again find ourselves in front of the Commission. And the problem is when that happens, they make a decision. You can't even change their mind. Once they've made a decision, you're stuck with it. At least at this point, it's in our hands. We make the decision ourselves. We're not leaving it to some bureaucratic organisation to make that decision for us. So I support Baden with his suggestion that we have 1 seat and maybe look at other options for additional representation.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Travis.
I kind of want to make a bit of a paradigm shift here, because we seem to be obsessing about losses. I want to talk about gains. So in fact, by deciding to have 3 Māori wards, we have gained 3 new councillors. If we were talking about losses, yes, the Hastings Havelock ward has also lost a councillor, but we're prepared to suck that up for the greater benefit of knowing that the Māori people contained within that area are going to have better representation. And I think that's exactly the same situation as will happen in Flaxmere. So let's not talk about losses, let's talk about gains.
Thank you, Councillor Travis, and that's exactly Councillor Barber's viewpoint as well. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know we've already decided on this, so I totally agree that Flaxmere must remain a community of interest. We have a situation of it being underrepresented by 14% with the proposal, with 1 councillor, or 38% overrepresented with 2 councillors. And in my mind, that risk is too great in going to the Commission that they may overturn that and combine Flaxmere with the Hastings Havelock North ward. I take a bit of reassurance about the fact that there's 50%, or roughly 50% of the Flaxmere population is on the Māori ward roll. Therefore, they will have significant influence in selecting someone through that option that will represent Flaxmere really well. So that's, and I'd like to discuss more about the possibility of community ward, when that comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, Councillor Lawson basically has said everything I was going to say, except that while appreciating the view of our Māori partners and accepting that it's important to accept that their view is the one that I'm going to need to follow, I suppose the challenge I put back then to them in their representation is them ensuring that they have considered this suitably, and that it will be up to them effectively to ensure that their population in Flaxmere are getting the representation they need.
Was that question posed to the chairman of Te Tai Whenua this morning? Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I've firmed up my position now. Thank you to my colleague here, Councillor Barber. I will support one councillor for the Flaxmere ward, and I will support the one ward, 3 Maori councillors.
Councillor Ollie?
Thank you, Bishop. For me personally, I feel, yes, very grateful for our Māori ward councillors who will be joining us soon, but to be honest, I don't feel there's a guarantee that they'll be dedicated to Flaxmere. For myself, I'm Samoan, obviously, but I speak on behalf of, Asian, Māori, and the Pacifica community. I cannot support the current proposal because it disadvantages non-Māori electoral enrolled voters. My preference is for 14 councillors, which stops the underrepresentation of Flaxmere, and a dedicated Māori ward councillor. 52 of the 154 submitters specifically objected to the underrepresentation of Flaxmere. So how can we ignore that when we have options to listen to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ollie. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, just a question to clarify, based on some earlier statements. Am I correct in my understanding that even with the initial proposal that we're putting forward, it will have to be signed off by the Commission because it's non-compliant at this stage? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so no matter what, it's going to have to go through that process. We just believe that this might have a better chance of being accepted. Is that correct?
I think, there are no guarantees as to what the Commission will do, but as I've said, looking at some of their previous decisions, I think the initial proposal council has put forward is not out of keeping with other decisions or other arrangements that the Commission has approved in past representation reviews.
Thank you. In terms of my view for the straw poll, with a great deal of regret, have to acknowledge that there just doesn't seem to be a model in which we can have two Flaxmere councillors as we do now, and it makes me quite teary thinking about it. However, I do think that we have an option here that potentially addresses those concerns that Councillor Ollie has pointed out from our community in the submissions around the underrepresentation, which is looking at a 14 councillor council instead of the 15 that's proposed. I do understand that that creates issues with unders and overs within other areas. However, it seems to fit within the model that you're talking about too, with Waikanae and whatnot, in terms of how far the Commission's allowed them to be under or overrepresented. So I think just listening to our submitters who have asked for not an underrepresentation of Flaxmere, that might be a way forward.
Anyone want to respond? No, it's just anything. Yes, yeah, I think so, yeah. Cool.
Those are all issues.
Just a comment from me. Don't forget that who is the mayor is also an advocate for areas of interest. So you think about what this council has done in the last nearly 2 years. The mayor also takes on communities of interest and makes sure that in our strategies and in our policies, we deliver for those communities. So they have a strong voice to advocate for areas within our district as district councillors. And that's a really, really important point actually, because as someone said the other day, we've never seen so much going on in Flaxmere as we have in the last 3 years. So, it's all about the people. And yes, you can have any representation arrangements that you can put forward to make sure it works, but ultimately it is about what our community comes to this table in this chamber and asks for, and how we then make sure that we deliver on their needs. So I just want to put that out there, that the mayor, whoever sits around in the next term, will have that voice, will have those strategies that are already in place, and that long-term plan with that big level of financial commitment to the wellbeing of Flexmere. Just wanted to add that. Thank you. Okay, so I take a straw poll on that, which is the direction, which is the existing proposal of one councillor for Flexmere. Show of hands, please.
Sorry, can I ask a clarification question?
Yes.
Sorry, Your Worship, just so we're literally just voting on whether or not there should be one, not the number of other councillors that should be on council?
Right, thank you. One, please, show of hands. Thank you. And now we move on to the community board. Councillor Kerr. Yes, absolutely. Vic, you will record that? It's in the minutes, a straw poll, yes. That will come into the decision making, Hinari. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Your Worship. As part of a community board and having come through the community board channels, I'm a great believer in them. I believe our rural community board works well. The people are elected geographically to cover the spread. We have a purpose and we have a budget to advise too. I'm struggling to, and it feels really uncomfortable, to support a community board in Flexmere. And it was brought home to me today by the submitter's presentation, asking for diversity of representation. And so I'm standing here wondering about the benefit of an election that gives us 5 community board members representing Flexmere. And they, as we know, are elected by being known or by being popular or having a recognised name. Versus us as a council being able to call for nominations to a community committee where we can ensure diversity. And I think diversity, ensuring all of the Pacifica groups are represented. Diversity that ensures balance of male and female. And as the Youth Council said, diversity of age group. Let's ensure that there's youth right the way through to retired people on this committee. That both Māori and Pakeha are included. That the environment is taken into account, the sports clubs, the community centres, that whānau are there. And maybe even churches. So I'm trying to balance the benefit of an elected community board versus us being able to call for nominations, and we can still empower that community. We can still empower that committee on our behalf, but that's the balance that I'm struggling with. And at this stage, I'm falling on the side of, I don't support a community board. I think we can do better and ensure Flaxmere's representation more diversely in a different format.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Just a question from me, because we all want, every one of us in this room wants the best representation for Flaxmere. But it's the model and it's the mechanism that I have a question mark alongside. And if I look at some of the other community boards in small urban areas in New Zealand and how effective they are, and I've just looked into South Wairarapa and Greytown, and because they're not elected and members sitting at the table, they struggle to get their voice through. So how do we actually make sure that we get a strong voice for Flaxmere? I wonder, because of all the development and activities going on, it's a question to the officers, could we have a Flaxmere sort of development trust, Flaxmere trust, that has elected members, has people that will would be paid members, trustees, just like we do with the regional sports park, who actually look after the interests of Flaxmere. And it's a question to the officers, could we set something else that is actually going to have some decision-making powers which a board doesn't have?
So yes, we'd need to give it some thought, Your Worship, but I think the thing is around a separation from representation in the terms that we're talking about, which is elected, versus there are ways you could do this. There is nothing stopping a council in establishing its governance arrangements for the next triennium, where if it was of a mind to say what's going on in Flaxmere with all of the development as a critical focus of this council, you could set up a Flaxmere subcommittee of council. There is nothing stopping you appointing independent members of the Flaxmere community to be members of a subcommittee of council, where you could select off criteria of diversity, skills, that prevents you from paying independent members of subcommittees, just like we do with a range of subcommittees we have now. Risk and assurance springs to mind. So there's a range of ways that you could do this, but that's fundamentally outside of outside of a representation review process.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. So I mean, I just worry about the community board. My views personally is actually how do you get that voice to the table through a board. Yes, a rural board has specific criteria. It has a rating base, as Sophie mentioned. It has a purpose and a role. It has people from geographical areas across the wider district, and it has and functions very well. But how do we get the best effective decision making in for Flaxmere? And actually, to be just a councillor, or to be a councillor elected member may not be that. Sophie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would struggle at this stage to support a community board without understanding how it would be set up, what its scope would be, its delegations, how it would influence council. It feels like that would be a very quick decision to make for this representation review, given that it would also be an establishment then for the next two elections. I did want to ask a question. We did speak at one of our discussions around this about one of the other councillors, and I'm not sure if we meant in general or one of the Takitimu councillors being aligned to as a champion to walk alongside the Flaxmere councillor if we didn't vote to establish a second Flaxmere seat. So I would be interested in following that conversation a little bit more if there was an appetite for that.
I think all of those ideas may have merit, and there's certainly things the council can consider. But what you're tasked with here is determining what you think is the appropriate representation in an electoral sense. So those things are all good and are to be encouraged for the council to pick up and look at. But the fundamental issues you have to turn your mind to here is representation. And that's through councillors, and if the councillors are aligned, through community boards.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Just needed to put something else out there that, I'm just looking at models, because this has come to us through submissions and we haven't actually done the deep dive to see, is that going to work for Flaxmere? And that's, like you've just said. Aidan?
Yes, if I'm thinking about the scope of this meeting, it's to do with, what's been presented either by the council or submitters. And so a community board has come through the submission process. Yep. And I 100% support it. We've just taken a seat nominally from Flaxmere. And, to not put in, I think, this extra step wouldn't do justice, I think, to the whole kaupapa. So I think we should have a community board, and there's a number of reasons why I think we should. One, it's part of the LGA. It's part of the legal framework. It's an instrument that's used in other councils. You get sworn in. You get you get recognised as a legal part of the council. So it has mana. And I said that earlier in terms of the Rural Community Board. All bar one of those recommendations have been supported by this council. And the Rural Community Board goes back how many years? Lots. Yeah. So that's a long history of support to that board. And one of the other reasons why I think we should have it. I came through a community board. I didn't just come into the council. I cut my teeth in the community board space, was elected, and then came through to the council. And there's an opportunity for our next generation of councillors and mayors to kind of, from Flaxmere, to come through a process where they need to get elected. I hear what Councillor Olley's talking about, making sure that we have a diverse range of people there. easier to appoint diversity than it is to elect diversity. But I'm looking at the brother here, the first Samoan elected to the council. So, you know, we can follow Councillor Pelletti's example and get elected to these positions. So I think we need to go down this. I think we need to go down this track. I mean, it's part of councils. It will give the Flaxmere community more influence in terms of the planning, in terms of the budgets, in terms of decisions about supporting the Flaxmere community, and it also gives our rangatahi, you know, an avenue to come through for our next generation, which we need to be thinking about. And you know, we've got our first Samoan elected. We want more Samoans coming through. We want more Tongans coming through. We want more Māori coming through. And I think this is a logical pathway to do that. But the first reason why I think we should have a community board is that there's an opportunity for community members to influence council in terms of what goes on in Flaxmere. And karehe mea kei tu atu I tērā. I mean, you know, it's all about supporting Flaxmere's aspirations, Flaxmere's dreams, and having a community board that's influencing council. I think that would be a great move.
Thank you. Mr McLeod?
Just had to correct something I said earlier this morning. I think Councillor Nixon asked me whether this was the only way a community board could be created, and I said it was, and I have subsequently been corrected. There is a measure by which the electors, 10% of the electors of an area can get a petition and drive a community-initiated sort of approach to having a community board. It's provided for in the legislation. I'm not sure if it's ever happened, but the regular way is that it happens through representation reviews, because that wouldn't happen until if it was successful, well, probably three years it could happen. But yes, so I was wrong there, so I had to correct that, but it's probably not germane to your discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I'm still sitting on the fence a little bit when it comes to community boards. There's an absolute willingness that's absolutely authentic around this table for how we feel about Flaxmere and that we want to do the best for Flaxmere. And I'm not sure whether the community board model would do that. I mean, we haven't had the opportunity really to even engage with the Flaxmere community to actually see what model they would like. And I see these sort of things happening perhaps when we have a new governance structure around the table and we go off for our first retreat and we focus in on how we can look after Flaxmere to the same level, or if not better than what we do now. Glancing through some of the standing orders of subcommittees and stuff, and you know, the Greater Communities has a focus on fabulous Flaxmere. So with some tweaks to each of those standing committees and subcommittees, we can actually ensure that there is some flexibility and some ability to look after Flaxmere better. There's nothing to stop one of the three Māori ward representatives also having a special focus in on Flaxmere as well. So I think all of those aspects need to be taken into consideration rather than think that are hard and fast and maybe something that gets us over today a little bit is a compromise of a community board.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Well said. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Worship. Very well spoken, Councillor Harvey. There's a whole lot of scenarios that are going to roll out after the elections when we need to work out how we can support Flaxmere in a better way if it just doesn't tumble the right way. Over the last 3 years, with your passion, Sandra, Flaxmere has done exceptionally well. But it's also had the support of the councillors around the table. So we're all elected to represent the Hastings District Council. Doesn't matter where people come from, we get them behind and we support it as best we can. I think we've all got to remember that. So at this stage, I can't be supportive of a community board for Flaxmere, but I'd like to investigate it after the next election.
Thank you, councillor Dixon. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've been flipping and flopping around too, but I do tend to support councillor Barber in that while we sit here as a council and we're really focused on Flaxmere, we can't guarantee that at the next election. So for me, putting a community board into place would at least guarantee there was extra representation for Flaxmere, and the fact that there would be 4 of our councillors on that board gives me, 4 or 5 elected and then 4 or 5 can be put on it. So that sort of gives me a bit more comfort, I guess.
Councillor Nixon, last speaker.
Yeah, and last comment on this. Mr McLeod's new advice has changed my mind. I was seriously thinking of supporting the community board, but I've actually changed that position because we're not locking ourselves off from that option. That option clearly still remains on the table and can be on the table before the next election as well. It's 12 months away, roughly. So I am now going to suggest we don't proceed with the community board at this stage, even if we subsequently pick it up.
Can I just some clarification on that, Mr McLeod, about the next election and the timing and so forth?
Not sure if Scott can help, but I think I will let him always kick to a lawyer.
Yeah. And Your Worship, can I get clarification around the number of elected members on a community board as well? Because I understood community board members needed to outweigh the number of elected members.
Certainly I can help with that. Yes, the council cannot can only appoint less than half of a community board. So with the current rural community board, there's 4 elected members. The council can appoint up to 3. With Flaxmere, if you had 4, you could appoint up to 3. If you had 5, you could appoint up to 4. So it would be determined by the.
So the alternate method of establishing the community board is via a proposal put forward by and supported by 10% of the electors in the area concerned. So in Flaxmere, that would be about roughly 12,000 electors, because it's both roles, 1,200 signatures and addresses of electors, not people, in that area. So it would be a heavy burden to raise that.
So, sorry, Scott. There's not 12,000 electors. There's 12,000 electoral population. So there's a lesser proportion of electors. Some of those are children.
10% is the threshold.
What's the number?
Well, I'll defer to Mr McLeod on that, but it's significant.
It would be around
800 to 1,000 signatures required.
Could I just offer the opinion, if you couldn't get 10%, you've got to wonder how much support there would actually be. 10%, I don't think is all that many.
Through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just one other thing I should add to that explanation is that if you go through that route, it ends in an order in council that sets it all up, but it wouldn't actually take effect, of course, until the election after that, because the people have to be elected. You could, although you could go through gather the signatures and go through the procedural steps, it would then come into effect at the next election when the board was populated.
Last speaker, Councillor Travis.
It seems to me that we are somewhat limited by the size of our imagination. People are fixated on the idea of a community board because that's the only form of parallel representation they have seen. There are many other forms of parallel representation. So if our intent is to ensure that the interests of Flaxmere are represented, then that's the idea that we should be taking forward, not fixating on this one particular structure. And I think it's probably too soon to be thinking about that particular structure. So our intent should be to represent Flaxmere's interests as best we can.
And have a direction on that. So those who would like to introduce a Flaxmere Community Board, raise their hands. Thank you. That's lost. That were not lost, but it's not support. It's not a strong direction to, but there is a strong direction to look at, as many other councillors have mentioned, look at a different structure to make sure we get a strong voice at the table for decision making for Flaxmere. Councillor O'Keefe.
Yep, you must be getting sick of yes. You know, given what's unfolded here, I'm more than willing to explore that, and we certainly need to consult with the people of Flaxmere. What does that look like? I take on board what Councillor Travis said. That's not the only model. Let's throw a few others around. And I just want to I guess my pride and ego is kicked in here when Councillor Dixon, and there's no ill will in his comments. Of course, the Mayor has been crucial in helping us get things across the line in Flaxmere, her passion, but I would have liked a mention of the councillors as well.
I did mention it.
It goes without saying that we have outstanding councillors representing Flaxmere.
Because we are outstanding.
Thank you.
We're quite magnificent.
But I think what Councillor Harvey has said is very, very valid. You know, we need to talk to our community, and this is a submission that's come through, and we haven't even had a chance to look at this or understand what is the best model. And he's made a very valid point. We need to talk to our community about this. We didn't go out and consult on this. So I think that, you know, that is a strong direction. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I mean, and I hear that kōrero, and I hear some of the ideas that are coming forward, but they're kind of not in the scope of this meeting. I think you know, you're kind of kicking that can down the road. We've got an opportunity to give Flaxmere. We know what community boards do and how they impact the council. I mean, you know, yeah, I'm struggling a bit with the response because you know, it's an opportunity to make a decision now. We're making a whole lot of decisions now, and you know, I would doubt Flaxmere would be against giving that opportunity.
Well, Councillor Barber, you can debate that when we come into deliberations.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you. Okay, so the next part, thank you, Mr. McLeod. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next set of themes and sub-themes relate to the Hastings Havelock North Ward. We had 10 submitters sought that a separate ward be established for Havelock North, separate from Hastings, or separate wards. We also had submissions in support of the initial proposal. We had a submission saying that there should be more councillors for Hastings and Havelock North ward. They thought there should be 8. And there were some submissions saying that there should be a reduced number, particularly ones that were thinking 6 would be a good number to reduce the number of councillors overall. So a range of things there. I think the first thing to deal with is probably whether or not to have a separate wards for Hastings and Havelock North. Interestingly, some of those submissions wanted a separate ward for Hastings rather than coming at it from the other way, and then we can move on to the number of councillors for whatever you determine.
Okay, so we'll start on separate ward for Havelock North, separating Hastings and Havelock. Any views? Any thoughts?
And Your Worship, the numbers are covered on that, 4.87 through to 4.96.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Travis?
I've always been a very firm advocate of that proposition, but I've got to the point now where I believe that horse has bolted. I think we need not to seek to find ways to divide ourselves. We need to find ways to unify ourselves, particularly we're in the midst of a pandemic and many other stressful situations. So I think that might just create one more unnecessary division.
Thank you, Councillor Travis. Councillor Barber?
Support the status quo.
Thank you.
With them coming together.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Short and sweet, the local government commission's already given us a direction on this previously, and so we should disregard it.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. I don't really have a strong opinion on it, but just point out that if Havelock and Hastings are growing at different rates, it could subsequently create a new representation problem, getting inside the 10 plus or minus 10%, because you might suddenly find Havelock is sort of sitting at 2.5, which I think is somewhere around there, isn't it? And so I support the status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem, last speaker.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question from me. Can you, because I wasn't at the table at the time, why were Hastings and Havelock North combined by the Commission? What was the rationale behind that?
Well, essentially because Havelock had grown and was underrepresented by two councillors in the overall scheme of things at the time, and the Commission thought the best way to address that was to merge the two wards, and that took care of the plus or minus 10%. They thought the communities of interest were quite similar, so that's the decision they took. If you're really interested, you can read the determination in the historical determinations by the Local Government Commission. It's on their website.
So further clarification, if I may. So it was to make the numbers work. Is that why?
Well,
I don't have the
well, it
thing
did
in front of me.
address the numbers not working, but they thought that there was not a effective representation of communities of interest argument against doing it. They thought that still provided for effective representation of communities of interest, and it made and it aided fair representation.
Okay, so it was imposed upon us rather than a call from the community to merge. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And in terms of the current submissions that we've got in front of us, I'm sorry, I didn't tally it myself, but were there submissions that specifically called for, yes, it's great, keep us combined?
I think there may have been one, but there were a lot of submissions that just supported the initial proposal as it was without signalling that out. There were 10 submitters that signalled out wanting to separate the wards. A number of them wanted a separate Havelock North, but a number of them also wanted a separate Hastings ward. So on both sort of sides, there were people coming at that issue from different views.
Okay, and one final question. Just seeking advice actually on this. So you think it's fair for us to look at the submissions and support and assume that they're supportive of the current ward structure? Because if they don't specifically mention it.
Well, I think they're supportive of the council's initial proposal. And the initial proposal, some of them just say, yes, we support the initial proposal. Some of them talk about a range of things, but they're supportive of the initial proposal. And even some of the submissions that are against talk about other things other than that particular element of the ward structure.
No, great. That makes sense then numbers-wise, because we're talking about a clear 26 that support and versus 10 that don't. So thank you.
Thank you. So direction now for status quo, Hastings and Havelock as one ward. Show of hands, please. Thank you. That's a clear direction. Thank you. Okay, next part, Mr. McLeod.
So the next part is just I really there are a few submissions that want an adjustment from the initial proposal as to whether how many councillors that ward should have. 6, 7 or 8 seem to be the numbers that were going. There were a few others that that thought the overall number of councillors should be slashed significantly, but really it's just a guidance on, does the council support those initial proposal arrangements? You could come back to that in the size of council argument, or you could address it now.
Okay, so let's just have some direction on the numbers and what the initial proposal of 7 versus any other overs and unders, 8 or 6. So we've got a proposal of 7 councillors at the moment.
We will just have to, when we bring back the
Proposal?
resolutions, we will have to answer those submissions in one way
Yes.
or another, so you.
So your views on the numbers of Hastings Havelock elected members, starting with councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. Originally, I would, you've got to look at the overall picture first, and originally I would have gone for 14 status quo. But two things changed my mind. One is the introduction of Maori ward. Had we gone less, say 12, we would have been down to just 2 seats when we'd given a bit of an assurance that we were going to give 3 to the Maori ward. And secondly, the rural wards, which could have well also ended up with less representation, 3 instead of 4. And that really determined that I was going to support the 15 option, because any less caused a whole raft of lesser representations in certain areas, which I didn't agree with. So getting back, the numbers simply boil to, as you say, 7 for Hastings Havelock. You have to change all the numbers if you're going to have an effective representation review. In other words, if you went to 14 or 12, it would reduce the number in Hastings Havelock, but it would cause problems in the other wards.
Essentially, if you go for 6 in Hastings Havelock, you're going for option B, which is the 14 councillor model. That's the essential. So you could hold this discussion over until you get to that if you don't want to have it twice.
I think we should have it now. Councillor Watkins?
Thank you, Worship. 7 as proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Barber?
Same.
Thank you.
Same, yep.
Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Agree with 7 as proposed. I just really want to point out to everyone that people can stand wherever they want to. And currently, Hastings Havelock Ward has got 8 councillors. 3 of them live in Hastings, 2 of them live in Havelock North, and 3 of them live outside of Hastings Havelock North. So that's the range of where people come from to stand in a particular ward.
Councillor Kerr?
7.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll take this, no further comments. Councillor Sholom?
Thank you, Worship. As mentioned earlier, I think actually looking at this gives us an opportunity to address, at least statistically, the underrepresentation of Flaxmere. So, and given that the wide array of submissions we've received do actually point at this as a potential issue as well as the underrepresentation of Flaxmere, I can't just disregard it, so I'm supportive of 6.
Okay, so I'll take the direction. We have so those who go with the initial proposal of that we've gone out with 7, please raise your hands. Thank you. Against? 7. Against? 1, 2. Thank you. Against? Thank you. Okay, thanks, Ross. We're on to the ward names, sub-themes submitted on the Takatimu ward name.
Yes,
Sorry, councillor Kerr, I see you're... Sorry, missed you.
I was simply going to say I support all award names as per the proposal.
Thank you, councillor Kerr. Any other comments, or did you want to make a comment, Mr McLeod?
I think there's an issue that councillor Kerr raised earlier with regard to having a look at some of the suggestions for how we investigate appropriate names for wards into the future that you probably don't have time to do in this process anymore. So I think we'll pick that up as a supplementary recommendation, but I think there's support. There's certainly one issue being raised with the Mohaka ward name. Some of the other naming issues were related to Māori wards, how many there were, and a process for coming up with the names, and I think those can be addressed subsequently. There is strong support for the Takatimu name from among the submitters on that.
Thank you. Any other views on any of those ward names? Support the Takatimu ward name. I show hands for that. Thank you. The Mohaka ward to be considered as councillor Kerr has suggested at next time.
Yeah.
All those who support that direction as per that submission, and the Māori wards to be named after input from Kaumātua and PSG and Tai Whenua. People comfortable? That's it? That's for next time?
Yeah.
So that we're, okay, we've got
That's
that
what you
covered,
consider for
okay?
next time.
That's all good. All right, so we've got a direction there. Next is size of council, and those submissions are on council size, less than 14, and Mr McLeod.
So I think there's a couple, you're familiar with the issues here. I think there's a couple of submissions that, you know, particularly focused on 14 because, you know, one submitter thought that rural ward representation was effectively being reduced if they were 2 out of 14 rather than 15. And another submitter thought that the Māori ward representation was being diluted and effectively reduced if it was 2 out of 15 rather than 2 out of 14. So those are two distinct submissions. There were a range of other submissions either supporting the initial proposal, thinking that council shouldn't grow, and then there were other submissions thinking that council should shrink for a variety of reasons, a lot of which weren't within the scope of the representation review, at least from an obvious first read. So again, it's coming back, the questions here, you've more or less determined this through your earlier straw polls, but the questions here is, you know, turn back to how are your communities of interest most effectively represented, and how do you get to a fair representation? And you are all intimately familiar with the representation sort of equation and context and how the numbers stack up. So the laws of mathematics are not altered by some of those submissions, and you've more or less reached a conclusion that we can go away and work with. But we will bring back recommendations that address some of the detail of those submissions.
So do we want to discuss this now? 14, no, okay. Okay, so we'll adjourn the meeting now. We have a direction on some of those themes and issues, and the staff will work up some recommendations for your consideration.
We probably need half an hour.
Half an hour? Okay, so the meeting is adjourned till 3 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
What, should we go upstairs or you want to do it here?
Okay. They want to go out. I just might just check with Nigel, and just because.
Yeah, they could do that. Yeah.
I know. No, I know.
But as a direction, yeah, they could say they could say, yeah, and report back sort of February, yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you, team. Please be seated. Yes. Right, next steps. I just want to, before we move on, and some of you who's remained in the chamber, we've had the opportunity to think about, we all of us are concerned about how we look after the interests of Flaxmere. And so I'd just like to invite our Chief Executive to put an idea up that he's thought about, because as we know, we all want to have the Flaxmere voice captured here, and how do we do that in a way that is going to be most effective? So Nigel, thank you for your wisdom.
Thank you, wisdom. No, not my wisdom, it's the staff's. But as we were thinking about the conversation about just ensuring the appropriate focus on Flaxmere, of course, one of the great things that you can do as the current council, you can choose governance arrangements like standing committees and subcommittees of council. So there is nothing precluding you from turning your mind to, well, what are we really trying to achieve as a set of outcomes for Flaxmere? You could look to construct a standing or subcommittee of council that, again, you would engage with the community, but thinking about what are the sorts of people, skill sets. You could establish a standing committee, bring those people on as independently selected members for what they represent, for the skills they bring. You could pay them. Those are all things that you can do as this council and put in place, as part of the last year of the triennium of this council. So if that is something that you think is a good idea, you could form a recommendation or an action out of this and direct staff. I'd suggest we won't be doing it in the next week or two, given everything else that we've got on, but it's something that we could bring back to council for early in the new year for you to make make some decisions on. But that would be one way that you could give effect.
Okay, so we'll just put that out there if anyone's got any questions, and then we'll be part of the deliberations. Sorry, Craig, could you just speak into your mic? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, if people just perhaps like to have a quick look at recommendation H, we've tried to capture that thinking of council. So,
not H, but the one below H.
Oh, the one below H, yeah. Sorry, yeah. So just B, the opportunities for strengthening.
The very last one without a number.
Yes, okay, but there could be something more direct than opportunities for strengthening representation voice in the Flaxmere community. It could be investigate a Flaxmere standing committee or subcommittee, be brought back to us in February 2022. But I just want you to be able to think about that and debate that when you come to deliberations. So did you get that, Vicky? Well, we'll wait until we see if council has a view on that and would like to progress with it. Yes, so now we're going to work through this final proposal. And Ross, did you want to lead us through? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just sort of modelled on what was in the agenda as a template, and then adding draft recommendation or draft resolutions for you to consider based on your straw polls and direction on the various submission themes that came out. So A is straightforward, receiving the report. B sets out the groups or topics or submission requests that are to be accepted. None of these amend the initial proposal. They're just specific submission actions that came forward that we can note and accept. So that's in B. Numbers 1 through to 11 are all specific submission points. Number 12, Roman numeral 12, accepts the overall initial proposal and gives the reason for that. So we will also make a note in there that none of those preceding ones serve to amend the initial proposal. Then recommendation C is identifying the actions that were requested by submitters that we are rejecting because they would amend the initial proposal. So essentially, where you've reached with your straw polls and indications is that you wish to confirm the initial proposal. So these are all just noting the things that are rejected and the reasons for that. The last section of those, section 25 in Roman numerals, list the ones that either said just no, they don't support the initial proposal without giving a reason, or list some of where submissions went into not just as reasoning, but went into calling for greater diversity, or for us to address remuneration, or for us to merge the Mohawk Award with Napier City Council, that are outside of things that you can actually determine by resolution as part of this process. That's just a catch-all that sort of rejects those and the reason for it, because they're sort of outside of, there's no reason given, or they're outside the powers that the council has under the Local Electoral Act. D is restating the initial proposal formally, so that then becomes the proposal. And then E, F, and G are all restatements of that initial proposal, the initial resolution that you passed, the changes to the mesh blocks from what exists at the moment. And then H is just instructing us to give public notice of the proposals. The draft resolution below that is an adjunct one that captures, I think it captures all of the issues that you said you wish to investigate further, but if we've missed anything, please feel free to add to that ABC list. So that, Madam Chair, is the structure of the draft recommendations. We think we've captured your straw polls, but we stand to be corrected if we've missed anything.
Thank you. So we might just take a minute to read through, a few minutes, and councillors have any questions. You've been very busy in a very short time. Officers, well done. Yeah.
Your Worship?
Yes,
could I just declare a conflict of interest actually on B5? My husband's a submitter on that, so I won't be voting on that one.
So I just might get some clarification actually, because I don't consider that this has been raised with us before, and I don't consider that you have a conflict of interest, given that would take you out of that whole B, the whole proposal. And as we addressed previously, that members of the families have submitted. Scott, do you want to just give us some advice on that? Thank you. But I mean, thank you for declaring, but
Through you. The decision to set aside yours, and the Auditor General always advises that if you feel uncomfortable, the cautious approach is to step aside. Having said that, I think we've come up against that particular issue before, and the general feeling was that people and families disagree on ideas all the time, and I think the councillor who last talked about it was more than happy to disagree with his wife publicly if he thought it right. So the decision's yours, and I'm happy to discuss it with you further if that would help.
And is the mayor correct that it would remove me from voting on all of B? Or only that one section? All of B?
I'm not familiar with what the submission in question covered. If it was focused solely on a single issue, you might be able to isolate it in that way. But I haven't reviewed the submission that you're...
Thank you, yeah, I'm comfortable.
Thank you, Worship. Just based on that advice and that I declared family members have submitted earlier, just like to state that I don't believe that's a conflict. I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that relatives had submitted.
Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, just G1, I didn't feel quite reflected what we were doing. The additional seat actually allows us to meet our obligation to provide 3 seats in the Maori ward. It's not quite what it says, and I thought that's what we agreed. Yeah, the council gives additional council allow Maori ward to be introduced. It's not so, we introduce it even if there were 12. The issue is it allows us to provide the 3 seats that we feel obligated or something like that to provide. I'm not splitting hairs, it's just getting it right.
So just to clarify for you, Worship, so in effect, if it said the council considers an additional councillor will allow a Māori ward with 3 seats to be introduced.
That's it.
Then that would cover the...
Yeah, it's just not 100%.
Necessary because that was what you resolved last time, and I wouldn't want to change the initial proposal with a few words and then find that we had changed the initial proposal.
The point I'm trying to make is it is not to allow us to introduce a Maori ward, it's to allow us to meet our obligations for the Maori ward.
To introduce while still maintaining effective representation across the district is the key part. So,
I read it differently.
I would caution against amending what you resolved last time, which is this is a restatement of.
Okay, I can live with it, but you can see the point I'm making.
Yes, thank you. We can. Thank you.
If I may, Your Worship.
Yes.
I'd just like to thank the staff. They have captured our reasons really well within this document. And for those that submit, that will be what they want to read, to understand why we have accepted or rejected. So I'd just like to compliment them on capturing that information.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon, did you...
Sorry, what was that, Tanya? I was
Councillor
reading
Nixon,
something
did
else.
you finish your... Councillor Barber?
Yeah, are we going to take these in step and then, rather than trying to read the whole document and you know what I'm saying, we can read aloud or something so that we can all kind of follow at each decision point? Is that how we're doing it, or are we just reading this and going to say, yep, all those in favour of all of this, say aye?
Well, I mean, all that's been captured here is what was the straw poll direction this morning. So,
Yeah, I understand
so we
that,
can
but
take...
just making sure that for completeness, that, you know, as we go through each decision, that... Well, you know, I mean, we can all try and read it individually, but...
I think it is one decision. So
It's one decision.
It's
Oh,
one
okay.
decision now. But if you want to read them, or that's fine. But I think it does need to be taken in the whole rather than in seriatim. Yeah.
Councillor Corbyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. Number C5, I'm not sure that the reason actually captures what the reasoning was, which was really, in my mind, it was, council does not consider that a community board is necessarily the best way to provide for effective representation of Flaxmere.
Yeah, it's a good point, thank you. So let's have a look at changing that recommendation. So the reason council does not consider community board necessary to provide effective representation for the area, so best way, so I think that council considers, will investigate other models to, because we don't want to get the representation, effective representation mixed up with, you know, what else we could do. So can we just look at that item, please?
I think that's fine, through you, your worship. I think it's fine to make that adjustment to the reason. So it says the community board does not consider, the council does not consider that a community board is necessarily the best method to provide effective representation. That's fine.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I might need to be taken into the naughty corner and just explained a little bit more in that Ross said that we are making one decision based on the whole recommendations. And as I work my way through them and what we have straw polled and stuff, I agree with some of the, you know, the one councillor for Flaxmere, 7 for Hastings, Havelock North, those types of things, but I still fundamentally go back to I'm not comfortable around a council representation number of 15. So I'm not trying to disrupt the decision making. We've all worked really well together today.
Yep.
And I see the points and agree to everything, but fundamentally it's the sheer number that I'm more concerned about.
Yep, so I think that is the process we're about to go into. If this kind of reflects what we've been through this morning in terms of then we're going to move into debate and decision.
So yes, that's correct. So you basically, your options here are either to confirm your initial proposal or to amend it, and you've worked through a process to arrive at sort of that you want to confirm your initial proposal. There may be councillors who don't feel that way, as you've just signalled. So what I would suggest is that somebody moves and seconds in toto the initial proposal. Then if councillors feel they wish to raise amendments in the normal way, that's the appropriate method for dealing with those, and to vote which way you think. And if you get to a final proposal that you feel you can't still support, well then you vote accordingly. It's now back to normal standing orders and amendments and motions.
So we have a mover, Councillor Travis, seconded Councillor Nixon. So, and now we will go into deliberations on the proposal and the recommendations on the table. Harvey?
No.
You right? Okay. Councillor? No, Councillor Shaw's not. Okay. Councillor Sholland,
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just confirming that we have moved A through H, and the other one will come back to as a separate motion.
The mover, if we look at H and we look at B. I. Sorry? The missing I. IB. If the mover might like to think about investigate Flaxmere standing or subcommittee, be brought back in February to full council, February 2022. Would you be comfortable to consider that rather than strengthening representation voice for Flaxmere? Thank you.
We've actually got both covered in that, Your Worship, so.
Sorry?
Following Mr McLeod, so we've got the establishment of a subcommittee and opportunities for strengthening representation and voices.
Separate from the resolutions that relate to the
I see.
representation. So this is.
Okay, so this is an addition to. Okay, that needs to be included. Are you going to take, we're taking to H first.
Yes, that's right.
So the mover and the seconder, we're going to H first, and then we'll come to I, which is the last part.
So we're taking out H.
No.
So that stays as well.
No, at the moment, we're just, the recommendation on the table goes from A to H.
The three actions that aren't part of H, we will come back to and capture once we've dealt with the matters that relate to the representation review, which is recommendations A through H.
Yeah, I'm confused. Anyone else confused?
Okay, Chief. Okay, so I'll just ask the Chief Executive to explain.
Then I'll go back to my question before. I mean, there's a whole lot of paper here, and I haven't read it all.
Councillor Barber and all councillors, what the process is now. Thank you.
So I think where we're at the moment is we have, after all of the things we've been through today, we have a set of resolutions or recommendations on the table that capture what you've worked through, yeah, that are reflected in right through to H. Yeah, that's got a mover and a seconder, and in effect, it is the initial proposal that is, which is now being moved as your final, and that is now for debate.
So for you, Your Worship, would it help if I just talk a little bit more about each of,
Yes, I think that would
in
be
B
very
and C,
helpful.
where we've added in the, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you wanted to make them all separately, but I can explain them if people think that's helpful.
So when, the purpose of the straw poll this morning was to get a very strong direction. Those directions have been captured here. We're going to have it. No, we're not redebating. But we're going to go through, so make sure that each person is clear on all of these points. Thank you, Councillor Harvick. We're not, that's why we set up the straw poll. Thank you.
So, looking at the recommendations or draft resolutions, A is just to receive the report. B is a series of sub-recommendations that acknowledge particular submissions and accept them because they are consistent with the initial proposal. So B1 is to retain the Rural Community Board. B2 is to support the structure of the Rural Community Board with the 7 members, 4 elected from subdivisions and 1 from each of the wards within the community board area. B3 is to support the subdivision structure specifically and the boundary adjustments that were made to the community board map that exists currently. B4 was to retain the ward-based electoral system. B5 was to retain the Mohaka and Kahuranaki wards with 1 councillor each. B6 was to retain the Heretaunga ward with 2 councillors. B7 was to proceed with the proposed Takatimu single Māori ward with 3 councillors. B8 was to support the urban boundary adjustments, moving the retirement villages into the Hastings Havelock ward. B9 was a submission that just recognised and supported the slight over-representation in the Kahuranaki and Heretaunga wards. It's just acknowledging that submission. You didn't actually have a straw poll on that, but you retained those arrangements. B10 was a submission that support and was not opposed to the increase in the number of councillors at 15, but some of those submissions were opposed to other parts of the proposal. B11 was to proceed with the Takatimu name for the Māori ward, and B12 was overall support for the initial proposal as a whole, the submissions, so it's acknowledging and accepting those submissions and submission points. And giving and there's reasons given for that, and the reasons are in terms of communities of interest, effective representation and fair representation as the primary requirements within the Act. Then we turn to C, which is dealing with submissions that seek to amend the initial proposal, and those are being rejected again for the reasons set out. So C1 is rejecting the submission that sought to introduce at-large councillor constituencies. C2 is just rejecting the submission and saying council can deal with it at the time of appointment that was concerned about the Takatimu ward councillor potentially being an urban person on the rural ward. C3 rather was rejecting the concern that the council size of 15 dilutes or reduces rural representation. C4 was rejecting the submission that called for the introduction of a Havelock North Community Board. C5 is rejecting the submission that called for the introduction of a Flaxmere Community Board. C6 is rejecting the call for a boundary adjustment, bringing the Tauroa Road mesh block into the Havelock, Hastings Havelock North Ward. C7 was rejecting the submission that called for that opposed the shift of the Ngātaroa Triangle into the Heretaunga ward, or called for it to remain in Kahuranaki. C8 was rejecting the boundary adjustment for the Omahu Road mesh blocks into the Hastings Havelock North ward rather than into Heretaunga ward. C9 was rejecting the submission in relation to the Omahu Village mesh blocks moving into Flaxmere ward. C10 was rejecting the submissions concerned about rural overrepresentation. C11 was rejecting the introduction of a 2 Māori ward structure with a Pāharakiki Māori ward. C12 was rejecting the submission that called for a 3 Māori ward structure. C13 was rejecting the submission that for the proposal that said every ward should have 2 councillors. At least 2 councillors, sorry. C14 was rejecting the submission that called for council to adopt a proposal that complied with the plus or minus 10% requirement. C15 is rejecting the proposal to include 2 councillors for the Flaxmere General Ward. C16 is rejecting the proposal to merge the Flaxmere Ward with the Hastings Havelock North Ward. C17 is rejecting submissions that called for increased representation for Flaxmere without giving a specific methodology for that. C18 is rejecting the proposal to establish a separate Havelock North Ward. C19 is rejecting the calls for an amended proposal to include 8 councillors for the Hastings Havelock North Ward and 2 for 2 for Flaxmere, while reducing the number of councillors overall. C20 is rejecting the proposal to reduce councillor numbers in Hastings Havelock North Ward. C21 is rejecting the proposal to rename the Mohaka Ward, but you'll pick that up in your subsequent resolution to look at that in subsequent times. C22 is again rejecting the proposal to name the Māori wards through that process because there's no time at the moment, but you can pick that up later on. C23 is rejecting the proposals that call for a reduction in council size to less than 14 members. C24 is rejecting the submissions that call for a reduction in council size to 14 councillors, the status quo number. And C25 is rejecting the proposals that oppose the initial proposal without giving reasons, or that the submission points that specifically call for things that council can't determine as part of this review, such as greater diversity or merging part of the district with Napier. So those are the specific points. Then D is simply restating the proposal that you resolved last time. So D is essentially a carbon copy of your resolution from August. E again is a carbon copy of a requirement under the Act, as is F and G. So those G highlights the change from the current arrangements. E and F, just confirms that it aligns with mesh blocks, the boundaries align with mesh blocks, and F sets out the rationale as to why council thinks it provides effective representation in these arrangements. And then H is just calling for the proposal to be notified publicly.
All right, thank you. Everyone quite clear? Thank you very much, Ross. That was great to go through, particularly for any of our community who may be listening, that, you know, what we've done today. So, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Are we available to debate?
Yes, we are. Now? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the team that have put this together. It's been months of work. Thank you to our community that have submitted. It's great to have them engaged, and thank you to my colleagues. Just to remind us, this review was triggered by the decision earlier to introduce Māori wards. It hadn't come from an uprising from our community demanding change to our structure. And as we all know, being a councillor involves two clear roles. One is our representation review, going out amongst our community and working with them to achieve their aspirations, and the other role is sitting around this table as our governance role. For many of us, this is a job of service. The hours, travel time, commitment probably don't match the remuneration. Hastings District Council at 5,229 square kilometres is one of the largest and most populated provincial district councils and can simply not be compared to a city council. By my maths, we're 50 times larger than our nearest city council neighbour. We are a district. Representation, as we have learned, is measured by three key points, and I paraphrase: communities of interest, and we've spent much time talking about our communities of interest, how to achieve fair and effective representation, and then the equitable representation, the plus and minus 10% that we've been challenged with. For me, the size of our district, the number of communities of interest, and in my ward alone, I have 9 marae and 9 schools. The size of our district means I can't support a reduction in wards or in councillors. And I repeat, we are a district, not a city. And I wonder if for those that requested a reduction in councillors, if they realised just how big our district is. I strongly endorse the status quo with the ward structure. To me, there's little evidence, in particular good reason, to support a significant change. What we've got before us, I believe, is fair and effective representation model, and I support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Other speakers? The mover of the recommendations wish to speak now.
First of all, I would like to applaud the staff who have worked feverishly for many, many months, but in particular, the work that has gone on over the last half hour, cobbling a muddled set of recommendations into something coherent and logical and sensible. I guess coming towards the end of this process, my feelings are mixed. On the one hand, I'm really excited that this is the beginning of a wonderful new phase for Hastings, actually representing all of the people in Hastings after 180 years after signing the treaty, and we're implementing something that is going to see better representation. But reading through the submissions, as I have done over the last week, I have felt deeply, deeply saddened to look carefully and realise that many of the submitters were grossly misinformed, and I felt really sad about it. So we've had reference earlier from one of our submitters about the lobbying that took place, and I noted that after that had taken place, there was a flurry of representations from members of the community, all based around fears they had, which had been generated by the false claim that we were going to have more councillors in Wellington. And based on the fact that, of course, we're much smaller than Wellington. And of course, you know, there was no satisfactory rebuttal out there in the community to actually say, Wellington, 4 councils, we're seeking to have the same number of councillors that Wellington is planning to have. And as succinctly summed up by Councillor Kerr, the complexity of our district is wide. Not only is it geographically wide, it is socioeconomically wide, it's ethnically wide. All of those multifactorial reasons, meaning that we serve a complex community. And so the proposition that's before us to increase, despite having 3 Māori councillors, to have only 1 more councillor, I think is eminently sensible, eminently restrained, and I'm really proud of our council if this gets across the line, because I just think it's really sensible and it meets all of the needs of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Travis. Councillor O'Keefe.
Kia ora tātou, te tangata, o tēnei whare, ka nui te mihi nui kia koutou, me te tangata o Heretaunga rao ko Pārakeke, no reira, tēnā rā tātou katoa. I guess from where I'm standing is my last ditch effort to promote my passionate plea that one of our Māori wards be tagged for Pārakeke. 2007, if you'd humour me momentarily, 2007, 5,000 of our people of Flaxmere marched from Flaxmere into the CBD Hastings. This was after a home invasion of my daughter's home in an uncompromising and vicious manner. And so following that, I'm leaving out a lot of detail here because time doesn't allow me that luxury. Following that attack, we organised I did, organise a hikoi to march from Pārakeke into the CBD Hastings. And the catch cry of that hikoi was enough is enough, we are taking our community back. The media made an intrusion, an unwelcome intrusion, where they made it about gangs. It was never, ever about gangs. It was never about gangs. It was about Flaxmere putting their hand up, trumpeting aloud from the rooftops and saying, yep, we have a problem. But guess what? We have the solutions as well. And so we marched. Again, our catch cry was, we are taking our community back. We're taking it back emotionally. We're taking it back morally. We're taking back every brick, every mortar, every man, woman, and child, every sinew. That was our catch cry. We are taking it back commercially. That was the catch cry then, back in 2007. And we marched. What a march it was. It was a celebration. The fact that many of the Heretaunga Street retailers closed their doors as we were ushered into the CBD Hastings by a haka pōwhiri, and then all of a sudden every political genre known to mankind materialised out of thin air in the hope that they would monopolise the podium. But that was okay. And their cry was the same old, same old, same old. We will not tolerate this. You do this any longer, we're going to lock you up, blah, blah, blah. So I'm standing there having the right of reply, saying, what are you going to say, Henare, that's different? What are you going to say that's different that'll resonate with the hearts and minds of the populace of Flaxmere and beyond forever and ever? So I can recall standing up on that podium and saying, pointing at all and sundry, you are the politician, you are the policeman, you're the social worker, you are the decision maker. If you want to make a difference, take a look in the mirror. And that march, I believe, changed the course of history in Flaxmere. And all and sundry can take credit for that. Out of that came the community garden, etc., etc., etc. Many other initiatives which were driven by the passion, voluntary passion of the community. And it's still the same thing today. And when I stand, I remember all that. I remember Flaxmere wants their community back in every way, shape and form. I don't believe removing one council law from Flaxmere acknowledges that. I don't believe that. It is now public knowledge that I will be standing down at the next election. I don't intend to stand, not because I'm sick of it, not because I've had enough, but it's time. It is time. You know when it's time to step down. But believe you me, I'm going to do my best to lobby, to cajole, to coerce people that are going to stand up on a daily basis and not take no for an answer. They're going to fly in the face of adversity. They're going to fly in the face and be contrary to the status quo. So on those final words, I will thank all the officers, all the hard work you've done. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy on top of everything else. Well, we've just had Super Saturday thrown at us, so we're all running around getting pretty dizzy. But I want to acknowledge all the work that has gone on behind the scenes. I want to acknowledge the councillors that have come before me. I want to acknowledge the council laws that are sitting around this table today. I can honestly say with hand on heart, even though we've had our differences, I can honestly say this is the most compassionate, consecrated hearts of councillors I've ever been associated with. That's neither an understatement, overstatement, or an exaggeration. So, Your Worship, I hope that resonates with your ear, resonates with your heart. And on that note, I will say 2 councillors for Flaxmere.
Thank you, and we would think of, no less of you than to do that. But I will remind you that you are a district councillor and elected to also represent the best interests of the whole district. So yes, we have areas, we all have areas to consider.
Back my record against anybody in traversing this entire region, not only this region, but the country. I have never, ever neglected my role as a Hastings district councillor. In fact, I've been told when I was in Clyde, what are you doing here? You don't live in Clyde. So I challenge it, and thank you for reminding me, Kota Matua. I love you for saying that, but I am well aware that I'm the Hastings district councillor.
Thank you. Thanks, Henare. Councillor.
Happy to go after Councillor Ollie.
Thank you. Councillor Ollie, I will also remind you, we're talking about a proposal for the whole of the district for the next term. And yes, you can incorporate the ward you represent, but you need to be thinking that we have many stakeholders that we also need to think and consider and listen to those submissions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have haka to do, but you all know where my heart is at. I'd like to move an amendment to B7 and C11 to allow for a dedicated Māori ward for Flaxmere, since no other proposed underrepresentation solutions give Flaxmere voters guaranteed representation on council. Thank you.
That's right.
Through Your Worship, that will also require an amendment to D. We would be adding, and I can work on the words, but we would be adding a D8, 9, 10 and 11, which will constitute a Flaxmere community, will we'll say that there are no electoral subdivisions, and that there will be 5 members elected by the Flaxmere, both general and Māori electoral populations, and that there will be 4 members, I'm presuming, appointed, one the Flaxmere ward councillor, and 3 councillors representing the Takatimu ward. And we can work on the words if necessary.
Okay, so.
I'll second that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take the amendment first, and we probably just need to gather up some words around that amendment for you. So we,
Sorry, just to clarify, that was adding a Flaxmere Community Board was the amendment, wasn't it?
Would you just read out your amendment? Thank you, Councillor Ollie.
Oh, sorry, missed that.
Dedicated Māori ward for Flaxmere, thank you. And we have a seconder, Councillor O'Keefe. Okay, so I'm going to take that amendment first for debate, thank you. Starting with Councillor Barber.
Is that?
Yeah, it'll be.
You don't have to, you were next in line to talk to the proposal on the table, the recommendation on the table. So if you want to come back to that, and anybody else would like to speak to the amendment?
In support of the amendment or otherwise?
Yes, or otherwise?
Oh, yeah.
We're dealing with the amendment.
Oh,
Yes, I've got Henare as a seconder.
I
Can you
just want to ask you a question. Does it compromise my position as the seconder of the motion if I supported the amendment? I don't know. Yes, you shouldn't. I shouldn't? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're taking.
We're now dealing with the amendment.
Yeah.
Just the amendment.
So, Councillor Barber, you in a position to speak for or against the amendment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, kia ora tātou, mihi nei kia korua, henare korua ko Peleti. Me taku aroha, me taku whakaronu kia korua, i tēnei wā. And just, you know, I understand where you're coming from, both of you, and tautoko your commitment to Flaxmere, and have seen it for many years now, Henare. You were here when I came on board. You've been a couple of terms before I got here, and you've been a champion, community champion for Flaxmere. Hoi noa e taku kōrero nei kia tātou. We have had a number of submitters. The submission process is an opportunity for our community to come forth and to offer up considerations for councils to make decisions. And one of we had a number of those submitters from our iwi and from our tai whenua that represent a number of marae, they represent a number of whānau. 40,000 whānau actually are registered with Ngāti Kahungunu, but there's 60,000 Ngāti Kahungunu people that whakapapa to the iwi. And so the iwi does have a mandate to speak on behalf of those that affiliate with Ngāti Kahungunu. And so we heard those submissions today, and the submissions were saying, and which I support, is that there be one Takitumu ward with 3 Māori councillors voted in at large. Now, and ko taku kōrero nei kia korua, Henare and Peleti, is that we shouldn't see that as something to be not supporting Flaxmere. I just want to reiterate that. Even though they might not have the Flaxmere ward on their badge in terms of their representation, over 3,500 Māori live in Flaxmere, and they will be voted in and represented by 3 Māori councillors. That is the first time we've had a Māori ward in this council, and this council has been around a long time, very long time. And I have to take you back to the debate that was in here whenever we made that decision on Māori wards, and then also 12 months before that when we made a decision to support Māori having votes on our standing committees. The chamber was full of iwi, whānau and hapu. They sang, haka, and applauded when the council made those decisions. So, understanding and appreciating the Flaxmere plight, Māori, iwi, hapu have been waiting since 1840 to have a voice at this table. And that opportunity is upon us. We'll be at the next election. And so if I'm looking at the overall council and what's going to benefit this council going forward, having those Māori elected councillors will do that. It will bring a whole new wairua to the council. Hinare, you know, we've been here and we've done what we've been able to do, but to have more people to bring that wairua is going to be a good thing. So I support the current proposal that's on the table, that we have an at-large ward, Māori ward, with 3 councillors that will, by their voting mandate, need to support Flaxmere. There's no way around it. They cannot ignore Flaxmere, and neither will we. We have never ignored Flaxmere as long as I've been on this council. In fact, I think it's been the opposite. I think this council has put more money, more effort and more concentration into Flaxmere than I've ever seen before. And I mean, that has been spoken of today. So I think the opportunity is here. And I think if we look at the bigger picture, there's going to be more benefits to Flaxmere in the long term, having Māori at the table, 3 Māori seats that will cover off not specifically Flaxmere, but they will contribute largely to the benefit of the whānau living in Flaxmere, Māori, Pacifica, Pākehā, the whole lot. It's not just about Māori. Ke kone mātou mo te hapuri katoa. And the saying that is famous in this region is he harataku toa I te tuataki tahi, engari ko taku toa he tuataki tini, which means my victories are not of my own, they are of multitudes, the team. And so, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say here, is that we need to be looking not at our Havelock North tanga, our Waimarama tanga, our Flaxmere tanga, but we're actually looking at the whole district, what's best for Hastings, Here Taunga Whānui, and the current proposal, as it stands, is that. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Peter. Councillor Nixon, speaking to the amendment. Oh, Ross, did you want to say something?
Sorry, I have spoken with Councillor Ollie, and that there is another part of the resolution that would need to be amended, which we've talked about, and that is to add to D 2G would need to incorporate words to the effect listing the Pāhara Keti ward in there, and also
Could we have it put up here and take them on?
we'll just need to work it, and also D3G would also say one councillor from Pāhara Keti, and D3F would be amended to say 2 councillors from the Takatimu ward.
Okay, so we know what the amendment is, largely, so we're going to talk to the amendment, but I'd like to see the amendment put up there so everyone quite clearly can see. Thank you. Well, Ross has just picked them out, but we actually need them to be picked out and put up on the screen. Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Thanks.
The
I'm not
amendment.
talking to the amendment.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
Talking to the
I don't
amendment.
wish to talk to the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Sears, speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to need to vote against the amendment, but I wanted to apologise to the Flaxmere councillors before I do so. I'm sorry that the numbers and the plus and minus 10% don't make it work. I'm sorry that the presentations or the submissions this morning spoke so strongly for the 3 Māori wards that I feel I need to support. So I'm really giving voice to not being able to support it.
Any other speakers to or for or against the amendment? No? Well, we just want to just make sure we've got, are you able to, or do you just want to read it out, Ross? Is it easier to read it out, what the amendment is, so people know what they are looking at?
Sorry, point of order, Your Worship. Can I can't think what the phrase is, but I would actually like you to put the motion, because I do believe we've discussed it earlier today. We're really clear on what's being asked, which is of the 3 Māori wards, one of them is going to be particular to Flaxmere. And I just think it's appropriate, rather than waiting for it to be put up on the board, that we just put the proposal. So I'm not sure what the phrase is. I want to put the amendment.
That's the substance of the amendment that has a bunch of consequential implications, but I think you can probably deal with the substantive amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barber, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just Councillor Kerr mentioned 3 Māori wards. We're talking one.
Sorry,
One
one
Māori
Māori
ward
wards,
with
3
3.
seats.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to put the amendment. Please raise your hands if you support the amendment.
1, 2, 3.
Against?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Amendment is lost. We go back to the original recommendations that are on the table. Councillor Nixon?
Am I allowed to abstain?
Councillor Nixon, you're speaking to your resolution.
Yes,
thank
thank
you.
you.
That you've seconded.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody that the process that's coming to an end is actually to meet our legal obligations to formulate a representation system that does 2 things. It reflects the communities of interest which our council comprises within some mathematical variations, plus or minus 10% roughly. And I think we've actually done an excellent job, because this came about unexpectedly as a result of the decision by government to facilitate the introduction of Maori wards. We weren't expecting to go through this process for another 3 years. And I think the staff particularly have done a great job in suddenly assembling all this material together and putting it in a understandable manner to us. I'd just like to make a couple of comments, however. It's clear from the submissions we've received that there's a failure somewhere in our system, either in the consultation or the education of our community at large. When you get submissions that seem to be contradictory in themselves, that shows a lack of understanding. I think this is part of the sort of outcome of the rush process we're going through. And so I hope that...
Order. This process has gone on since February and won't accept rushed process. Thank you. Continue.
Well, okay. I want to wrap that up and say maybe we could consider some other ways of educating our community as to this process. And that's the point I was trying to come to an end with. On the Flaxmere representation, and I did actually initially support the idea of one of the Maori ward seats being allocated specifically to Flaxmere. If I go back to the beginning, when we discussed the introduction of Maori wards, some of you will remember I didn't support it. And I didn't support it for the very reason that has come out in this discussion, that I was concerned that Flaxmere would be left unrepresented. And that's exactly what has happened. And I think if we'd just been a little more open and a little less influenced, maybe we could have come up with a more acceptable solution to everyone. But nevertheless, whether you agree with something or not, once the council makes the decision, I think we're all bound to agree with that. And I do agree with the conclusions we've come to and the motion that has been put.
Thank you. We will take the recommendations motion that is on the table, but this is I want to capture what you're all feeling today with finding the best representation for Flaxmere. And I would like to move I and J after we have taken the motion that is on the table. And I'll read that officers investigate the establishment of a Flaxmere Standing Committee or subcommittee, and the results come back to Council in February 2022. And additional opportunities for strengthening the representation and voice of the Flaxmere community. No, I think that yes, thank you, Tam, that's right, just yes, to include the additional opportunities for strengthening representation voice for Flaxmere. So what we're talking about here is what you all feel, and I feel very strongly about, is we had a suggestion of a board, and none of us feel quite comfortable that a board was going to give the best extra representation to Flaxmere. And what we could have is a standing committee that is specifically for Flaxmere, that is a group of people that, because there's so much investment and activity going on in Flaxmere, that a group of people are responsible for managing, just as we do our Māori Standing Committee or a youth council or any other community stakeholder group that we have. So, and the last one, Jay, is just capturing some of those actions that you mentioned this morning about how we look at the names for Mohaka and Takatemu and governance entities. So that was just capturing those actions. So I just want to put that up there for you to think about for the moment. But I want just any other speakers on the proposal, the motion that's on the table at the moment. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. And on the motion that's on the table, but whilst I read the room and can see it's a somewhat lost cause, I will speak against the motion, primarily because looking at the submissions we've received, 52 out of the 153 or 4, I'm not sure what number it was in the end, do specifically note the underrepresentation of Flaxmere as a concern for them. And whilst I absolutely respect that everyone at this table has shown here today that no one wants to see that underrepresentation of Flaxmere, none of us have yet fully discussed or traversed the idea of retaining the current councillor numbers, which is 14, which does solve the statistical underrepresentation of Flaxmere in the general ward. It is something that, in fact, some of the submitters have specifically called out, and is a reason why I can't support the current motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sholem. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, kia ora no. I just want to support the current motion. I think we have gone through a very consultative process to get to where we've got to in terms of mana whenua involvement, iwi involvement, community involvement, and we've come out with we can't be all things to everyone, and with the advent of Māori wards and 3 Māori seats, it was always going to change how the numbers fit, and Flaxmere is where many of our people are. But I just want to say that what we have up on the whiteboard, I think it's a good step. I have been vocal about a community board, and my reasons for that have been around the opportunity to vote, and I think that gives a community a buzz. It gives a community some enthusiasm. It gives people, a buzz to know that they can vote and stand to be elected onto a community board. And I think that would be the case in Flaxmere. Just appointing people to boards or to a standing committee is good, but it just kind of lacks visibility and just kind of pulling that community together. So that's one of the things that that I just want to table. And I did, during the break, have a look at the community boards that are out there. There's 110 of them in New Zealand today, on the LGNZ site. So they are using them out in communities today. They obviously do work, because there are so many of them. But yeah, I'm all about supporting some additional representation in Flaxmere to ensure that although we are possibly, well, would be losing a seat, that there's other mechanisms for that whakaaro community feedback to come through to the council. So supportive of that, or if it was to be a community board. Just my question, if we were to say yes to a community board and then find out that that's not exactly what we wanted, is there any way of backing out of that later on down the track? You know, because decisions need to be made today, and I would hate to walk out of here and not have made a decision that could have been made.
Mr McLeod, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Barber.
Through you, Your Worship, I would need to check the detail of the law at the risk of getting something wrong again, but once you've established something in your set of arrangements, the next opportunity to do that generally is at the next representation review. So whether that be in 3 or 6 years, you would have that opportunity to again, in terms of the Local Electoral Act, focus on whether a community board was still required, and the best way forward as you did with the Rural Community Board on this occasion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
My whanaunga, Councillor Barber took the words right out of my mouth, to be honest. Good start is change the name. Community board it's not kind on my palate. So if you want to make a difference in this regard, change the name, give it another name. Let's think about that for starters. Make it when they see the name, when they hear the name, immediately their ears prick up and they feel a part. Community board certainly doesn't resonate with me.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. No other speakers on the motion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. 2. 2 against. You would like your votes recorded? Thank you. 2 against. Councillor Shodham, Councillor Harvey, and that is carried. Thank you. Now we go to I and J. Can people see that? I have moved it from the chair. Seconded Councillor Watkins. Just give you a moment to have a look at it and what it means. Yes, sorry. Councillor O'Keefe, did you vote against the motion? Just checking.
I voted against it.
Yes.
So, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't mean that.
4 against. Thank you. Thank you. Right, just back to those. I've moved from the chair and I have seconded the Deputy, Councillor Watkins. Any questions? Councillor Kerr, Councillor Corbyn.
My question is, are we going to receive results or receive a recommendation?
So the results, it's to investigate.
Yes.
Yes, and with the results coming back in 2022.
Recommendation.
And a recommendation coming back rather than the results. Yes, everyone comfortable? I'm comfortable with that.
Or maybe a discussion paper, or
recommendation.
Want a recommendation?
No,
or a
recommendation. So that's a
Go
direct
quick,
action.
get in there.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. A question to those that know more than me. The JA refers to the appropriate kaumātua post-settlement government entities and tai whenua. Are they the appropriate people for us to be speaking to? I think those words would have come directly from Mangaharuru Tangatu, and I just want to make sure that we're not excluding anybody that we should be including when we talk about the names of our rural wards.
Yeah. Agreed.
From the submissions, Councillor Sears. Oh, so do you just want to speak
I think,
to that?
yeah, I think Baden's going to answer that.
The question.
Yeah, I think Māori communities, which would include you know, marae and hapu, especially in the Mohaka area. I think, you know, we don't leave that kind of kōrero just for tai whenua and iwi. Yeah. Yep, yep. Iwi Māori. But, you know, the naming of things is quite, yeah, can go around in circles a lot. But, you know, people just want to be involved, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah.
No? Councillor
Yes,
Sears?
yes, no, sorry. It keeps disappearing on me. I just wondered, to me, representation, this is under second to last line, representation has a connotation to me, a representative, like elected representative, maybe others say it different. I just wonder if that's the right word or there might be a better word, strengthening something.
I think it's a good word because I think of, you know, Heretaunga Tako Tonoa, which is a strong representation of our mana whenua across Heretaunga. And so I see this as a representation of the Flaxmere community.
Through you, Your Worship, just one of the reasons we put that word after listening to you was because you also wanted to keep the idea of a Flaxmere Community Board alive within that discussion, you know, with further discussion with the community, which would be representation, as well as just other mechanisms of voice, so it seemed appropriate.
That's fine. I just wondered if there might be a better word, that's all.
Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. I find I'm not very supportive, I'm sorry, of I'm not sure what Flaxmere is going to need. I'm not sure how this new arrangement will look with the new Takitimo ward councillors. I'm not convinced that a standing committee or subcommittee is exactly what we want, and this is actually asking for a recommendation to come back precisely on that. I think that the recommendation should be much broader in that there is a discussion about the opportunities to look at what might be appropriate. So I don't see I as being something I can support.
So I guess the words are officers investigate what this could look like, and so it's you know, it's going to bring back what the best option could be, and asking the community, because we've got a lot of work to do here.
Again, through you, Your Worship, it doesn't talk about bringing back ideas. It specifically looks to investigate a standing committee or a subcommittee. And I think what we've talked about here is there are a lot of options about what might be appropriate. So I'm finding it too specific and too directive, given that we can't actually in this space have a conversation about different options.
Okay, thank you. As the mover, I'm comfortable because it says include additional opportunities for strengthening. So I'm comfortable with the recommendations. Good. Seconder, are you comfortable with those recommendations? Oh, yes. Okay. Councillor Travis?
I'm inclined to agree with some of Councillor Sears' points, but in particular, I am so conscious of council workloads at the moment. I'm wondering what is to be gained by having that report back in February 2022.
Well, let's ask the Chief Executive.
When in fact they have a full work schedule and we wouldn't be actioning the implications of that representation until after the next election. And also there's a risk with a very short time frame that we're seen to be foisting some solution upon Flaxmere.
I'll just stop you there, Councillor Travis, because we need to ask the question of the Chief Executive whether how this would look. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship, and thank you for acknowledging the workloads. Yeah, they are quite big at the moment, but I think this is trying to do two things. One thing that's been captured through all of this conversation is about the importance of Flaxmere having a voice, engaging with that community, all of the work that's going on. That the immediate things that this council can do is within the construct of the decisions it can make. And one of that, I guess the recommendation to explore, is this council can choose to establish a standing committee or a subcommittee to give effect to Flaxmere. So that is the short-term action that we suggest, that the recommendation on the table is to explore what that could look like and bring that back to this council in February 2022, where you can make a decision on whatever that advice is, whilst also obviously continuing to do some work over the longer term around how we can give effect to better representation arrangements for Flaxmere. And that's what it's trying to capture. I think that in relation to the subcommittee, I would have got lynched by the staff if I'd tried to do that this side of Christmas, but a time frame of February, whilst challenging, is realistic.
Thank you, Nigel. Okay, so we have I and J as recommendations. I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. 2. Thank you. I consider that carried. And can I just also take the opportunity to acknowledge, as others have done today, the importance of this work. We have a proposal. We have 15 councillors. We have clearly listened to our community and listened to submissions and listened to how we could get the most suitable proposal out to the Local Government Commission for consideration. And there is no guarantee. But it has been a massive process and it's taken since February, but the most important thing and the most exciting thing and the biggest opportunity is that we're going to have a Takitimu Māori ward. And as Councillor Barber said, this is the first time in the history of Heritonga that we will have a Māori ward with 3 seats sitting at this table. And for us, that is significant. And so I congratulate you all on an enormous process and the enormous amount of work that the staff have done. And it's never, as I said earlier, it is never an easy process. And but, you know, we have to look at fair and effective representation, and I think we've done that pretty jolly thoroughly, actually, and I'm very, very proud of you, how we've worked through this, and it's such a complex issue, how we've captured the future, because it's not about any of us sitting at this table today. It is how we capture the future of good representation for Hastings, for Heritonga, and what that looks like. And we have to remove ourselves from this place, but think about what the future looks like. And how do we get our youth voice at the table? How do we capture that voice? How do we make sure we get the best representation for Flaxmere? And we're bringing that back. So, you know, we have listened, we agree with all the submitters in some form, but we've also had to work with the inner framework of local government to find a solution that is going to work for us as a district. And we look forward to the next stage of this process. And I congratulate you all, and I thank you for your enormous amount of work that has gone into this, and to Ross, Craig, Nigel, Vicky, everybody, Louise, and everybody else who's been involved, and a big, big round of applause to you. And can I say, Comms, thank you for your effort. Never before have we had so many submitters. I think the last time we had 50 submitters. 14? Oh, 14. The last time council did this, we had 14. So, you know, to 153, you know, and getting that information out there and being able to share the facts with the community, and it's very complex for them to be able to clearly put a message out there for them to bring feedback to us. Is a huge skill, and I acknowledge you and your team, Naomi, for your hard work. Thank you very much, everyone. So moving on now, we have item number 6.
7.
Item number 6, and this is the 2021 meeting schedules. Welcome to Louise. Thank you. We'll move it a second. Mover by Councillor Kerr, second Councillor Lawson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thanks, carried. And can I also now welcome item number 7, the Whakatu water treatment plant upgrade and the reclassification of Ngararoto Avenue Reserve. Welcome to Steve and the team. And I'd like to hear the views from both Councillor Redstone, Councillor Corbyn, who've been part of these meetings with Steve right through the process. So I'd start with the councillors. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All the councillors might like to. Yeah. I know that the councillors are very passionate about this paper, so I'm going to start with Councillor Redstone. She's already got her light on.
I have, and yeah, I'd like to really thank Steve, who handled this whole process with sensitivity and care. It was a very difficult process. We had 3 public meetings, 2 of them very contentious, and the third one, lovely. So, and it was due to the staff listening to what the community wanted, and I think we've come to a very satisfactory conclusion, and that, as I say, everybody's happy with the outcome. So yeah, thank you very much to everybody that was involved, Colin, Graham, everyone that was there. So,
Thank you, Councillor Redstone. Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to congratulate Steve as well. It wasn't an easy exercise, and there was a lot of sensitivity required, which Steve displayed. And echoing what Councillor Redstone said about the amount of consultation that went on was quite extensive. I'm happy to recommend
Move the recommendations.
Move the recommendation. It meets the requirement for the water upgrade in Whakatū. It addresses zoning irregularities there, which will have to be fixed anyway. It meets the satisfaction of the community, particularly with the playground amenity upgrade. And I think it's the most cost-effective option that was considered for the water upgrade.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Redstone. Nigel.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to reinforce my thanks to the councillors, and particularly Steve and the team, for the process that we've been through in Whakatū, but also take a moment to acknowledge that this is small community water upgrade number 7, that 4 have been completed and commissioned, 2 are under construction, and with Whakatū and some important but relatively minor investments to make in Waipatu, the next year we will have completed all of the upgrade of our small communities. And with Graham in the room, obviously we're full noise on the 2 urban water treatment plants at the moment at Frimley and here on the campus, and just want to just acknowledge that you're continuing to do a fantastic job in what is still our number 1 priority as we head in towards satisfying the drinking water plan that we've submitted to the regulators. So I just want to take that opportunity just to say we're lucky to have you. You're doing a fantastic job, and looking forward to this time of the year when we're largely all done. So
thank you, Nigel. Steve, we couldn't bring this paper forward about the Whakatū water treatment without you saying a few words. And when the councillors came back and told me, how well you'd led the community with this project, we're very grateful. So thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors, particularly Councillor Redstone.
Right.
There we go. Councillor Redstone and Councillor Corbyn, and it's a great result this far, and just a reflection on the full team and also the community that we're working with. So,
thank you very much, Steve.
Some great outcomes.
We look forward to the next stage of the project. Thank you for all your hard work. I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. We now move into item number 9, which is a request for an extraordinary council meeting to be held on the 21st of October, and I'll ask the Chief Executive to speak to this item at 9, extraordinary item.
Yes, and I think as we've been signalling, there's a lot on, and probably more council meetings heading into Christmas than the original schedule. The reason for this extraordinary meeting relates to Splash Planet. As you're probably aware, we've been in the market to recruit a whole lot of staff. We are due to offer employment contracts from the 25th of October, and given the current COVID restrictions. We need to have a conversation with council and for you to make basically a decision, a risk-based investment decision around what Splash Planet on current and possible other scenarios looks like in terms of a decision to open for the current season.
It's moved by Councillor Nixon, second by Councillor Lawson. You did this last year and we're back doing this again. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Any further questions on that extraordinary council meeting? Put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. I move the recommendation to go into a PX item. And could I ask firstly if we could have Mr Cameron or the Chief Executive explain to us why this item should be in a PX?
It's through you, Madam Chair. So the paper recommended for PX involves negotiations, commercial negotiations for council, and involves council being in possession of business information of other organisations.
Thank you. I'll put that thank you. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. We now move into a public excluded part of the agenda. Thank you. And the live streaming will conclude